Bouldin. And hello everyone. uh, you know how John did that draw thing with the lift up and down bridge?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you got the iPad there. You can read it.
Yeah, I've got it. I've got the iPad up.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Whoops, wrong cord. I need this cord. You didn't say anything. You can't prove anything. There we go. Whoops, I switched it on.
I got to drop off just a second.
That's all good.
I got a business call I got to make. Be right back.
Joe Raider, you're back again. What happens when you have two boys, Steve? They'll drive you mad. What should I run today? What should I clean? I don't know, John. Well, there's a few things I've been working on, but I haven't run trains in a while either. Don't mind me, I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'll start up a train. We're still with the baby monitor. Actually, I think there's a way for me. What's the difference? Wait. Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning. I gotta go silent.
I'll run them on my phone. Yeah. Never one. I'll turn that off. Test. Test. There's an echo. Test. Yes, it's on one. Did that work? Oh, seriously, hey. Yeah, hey, microphone, man. Hey, is that going on? I have to fix it. So.
Steve, what are you doing? Laying tracks on the floor? Okay, let's see here. Hey, Heath, Ray, Train Freak, how you doing? I hope that sounds better in person than it does on the phone. That I hope that sounds better in person than it does on here.
you back.
Oh, hey, Joel. No, I don't think you do. I can hear the birds. I thought that was Steve's, was out by his shop again.
You always gotta have a rusty old truck on the layout. Bought it for dirt cheap. Had to paint it like rusty, and I gotta put some dents in and stuff still, but right now it don't look too bad.
Is that 3D printed?
No, I bought it at Harbor Freight in the toy section.
Huh.
Just painted it and dirtied it.
Is it HO scale?
It's 0-30. Low scale.
0-3 scale. Oh, wow. Low scale. Okay. That looks good.
I gotta put couplers on this still. Sorry, I'm trying to fight them. It still needs couplers. I just bought couplers and coupler boxes and everything to go on it. I gotta make a bunch of train cars for my little engine. I got a 40, and it's just so small. I don't want a bunch of big train cars behind it. I'd rather be small to kind of go with the look of a small engine.
Yeah.
Is that a Ghostbuster car? Shannon?
He may be out of earshot.
Okay. I love the wood floor, by the way.
Yeah, Steve's he's putting tile down. And he's gonna have to.
Yeah, I got my lab all running again. I got the track all cleaned, and now I'm building stuff again. You see that little tunnel? I'm blocking the tunnel right there. Over in that section, there's a tunnel. It's real flat. I don't like that, so I bought some foam clamor with like a skull base entrance on it to give it some more depth. Sorry, my voice is real cracky. I got bad vocal cords. I was gonna say, your guys' layouts all look amazing. I love watching you build on them.
I'm sorry?
I said, I love all your guys' layouts. They're amazing. I love watching you build on them.
They've been a great thing to have with this virus thing going around.
Yes. I got this pretty much done now. I got I got to put the back handrails on. I had to order the hand, what do they call these? I had to buy new ones, and I found them on eBay for a decent price. That's the only thing this needs now, except for the little deal up here, which I'm making right now.
Mm-hmm.
But this was actually 2 cabooses that I put together. I bought them put together, but it was a bad fit. So I had to take this front part and re-break it, file it and shape it to make it have a better fit. The underframe didn't fit right, so I had to recut it and bring everything in. So get my hand out of the way, sorry. I don't want to see my hand. But I had to make it all, I just wanted to make it look better, so I made it made it a little shorter, but I feel making it shorter and having it look junky was the way to go.
Yep.
I think. And
Exactly.
I like how it looks. I have a short 0-30 caboose, but my locomotive's big. It's a 280 inner frame, and it just didn't look right behind my big loco. So I decided, and my friend sold this to me for dirt cheap because I said he knew it looked bad, and so I just said, well, I can make it better, and I think so far it's turning out good.
It looks pretty good.
I've weathered it, and I'm not much of a decal person. It's a fantasy layout, so I don't have to. It don't have to be. I like them to look old and weathered and beat up, and
yeah, almost like a backwoods train.
Yeah, I got to put a conductor on it and stuff, but that's things I got to. I enjoy painting figures and stuff because I think the details what really makes a layout. I don't have a lot of room to see my layout small. It's 4 by 6 feet, but it fits in my apartment. I can run it, and it's kind of nice to take to train shows because it fits in the back of my pickup, and I
there
can
you go.
And I enjoy it because I built all of it. Most of that is handmade. It's pieces. I like the bridge I made. It's all out of wood. And first thing, one of my friends in the train club, he does 0-30. He said, make sure you make the frame that goes on the bottom of the bridge one solid piece of wood. That way it won't warp or, And he was right. And I did it that way. I've never had no troubles with it.
Yeah.
And I made supports that go under like rocks. I made them out of pink styrene. I'm an artist by trade, so if I can't make it, I don't have it. 1, and 2, I enjoy making it. It's like the engine house that was all scratch built.
Well, it's like even my snow shed I just finished. It was a kit, but I modified it a bunch to make it fit what I needed.
Go ahead.
And that's one thing I enjoyed, even with when I was building RC airplanes, was fixing problems and figuring out how to get something to work right or work like you wanted it to.
I think it makes something operate better because you know all the flaws and you find little glitches that you can fix. I'll be right back and show you what I use for doing a lot of my trains. My uncle, who works with PVC plat, he told me about this stuff. It's real thin, but I love how it bonds the glue. It ain't like a glue. It's more of it melts the plastic so it sticks together better.
Yeah, it's a solvent.
Yeah.
Plastic solvent. Yeah, that's what when I was building plastic models when I was a kid. That's what we used all the time.
Yeah, that's what my uncle got me into. Because it's more sandable and workable, and I really enjoy it. And it don't cost what that's the other thing that I think that they ain't gonna break the bank to get a bottle of it.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of soup glue. I know it works instantly, but soup glue and me don't get along. It's too fast. You want to dry, you barely touch it. Snap. Shannon! That's okay. But all your guys' answers are so good. I follow a lot of you guys on YouTube, and Facebook. If I can, you guys give me a lot of ideas for my layout. It helps me a lot when I'm building.
Yeah.
You're not trying to. Wait. But I like that you guys are not like some site you go to. It's like they're trying to sell you something. I'm not trying to sell anybody nothing. I just share my ideas.
Yep.
I don't. I'll try. I'm poor. I try to find the cheapest and best way possible.
Well, I hear you. I used to go to the hardware store looking for something to use on a RC airplane. Of course, I did big RC airplanes.
Yeah.
And I know what I was trying to make. And somebody probably made something commercially like it or what I wanted to use, but
Yeah, but the markup is
I figured I could build it just as easy. So I used to go to the hardware store all the time, and the guys would come say, "What are you looking for?" And because I'd be in the specialty hardware part. And I said, "Well, I don't know. I'll know it when I see it."
Well, that's funny because I build motorcycles and I go into my Harbor Freight Westlake store, and the guys in there know me, so they're like, "What are you looking for?" I kind of explained, and there's one guy who knew he came to me, like, "Well, what are you working on?" And I tell him a motorcycle, and they're like, "What? We're not an artist. I don't need I handle a lot of my stuff. I enjoy it. That is my love. I like building stuff. It's like layouts. You guys all have good looking layouts. And mine is just a round. It does have a turntable and stuff, but I love to switch off. And I think the building is the main part of the layout. You have buildings and people, and it's a bit more of a character than just a track and trains.
Yeah.
I gotta watch the wildlife. I have a little green board. He tries to play Godzilla, and he'll attack my layout and running my train. And he'll off the stage, get on my track, and he'll attack the train. I need to film him doing that sometime. They use a cheap plane, not one of my good ones. Just trust me, he has a beat that can destroy plastic. So what are you working on, Claude?
Right now I'm cutting up some of this clump foliage to smaller pieces so that it'll go on some of these smaller trees a little bit better. Because I just use a spray adhesive on the trunk and then just stick the foliage to it. And it works pretty well. But when you buy this clump foliage, a lot of times it's in too big of clumps.
Yeah. One of my goals this year is to make this guy massive.
Shan's making it real tough on me to be able to hear anything. Yeah, she would.
And Bernard, I showed this a while back, but I got it all at my black. But this is for my corny. I gotta paint it a lighter color and do like rust coming down the sides. And I took 2 trucks and made it into a 3-axle truck. I gotta put a pin under this so I can connect it to my corny. I gotta take and put a coal load in it still. I think it turned out pretty good for slapping 2 things together to make one.
Yeah.
I put a water lid so where you put the water in and stuff. But that's like I said, my layout's fancy, so I figure I know cornies didn't have tenders, but I'm putting a tender on it. After you have a tender, you can go twice the distance. I got the reverser on the bridge looking really good. So my train, it just goes back and forth, but that train goes kind of nice. I don't have to fiddle with it. It just set at a good speed. It goes back and forth. And so it ain't just a dead track up there. It actually goes back and forth. And the item wasn't too expensive for it, the reverser. I think they gave like $40 for it. I'm trying to keep my face out of the screen. I know nobody wants to see me. No, I don't want to see me. Be right back. You there, Shannon? Yes, ma'am. That's some major work, Steve.
Guys in chat, if you're talking about Steve's floor, he's pulling up the hardwood because they had the ice maker leak and it warped a bunch of the wood. So he's pulling that up and he's putting tile down, ceramic tile.
You can send that wood to me, I'll use it.
Yeah, sorry, guys, we're running some time.
A little more stuff on my counter here. For those of you that saw me pull up this turnout the other day, I got the regular number 6 put in and tied back in. What they'd done yesterday. So I'm ready now to be able to put my mine head frame right here in this section and run my tracks from over here back that way.
So do you handle all your track?
I'm handling most of it.
That's cool. My dad used to do that. Actually, my mom was the one who did it. He didn't have the patience to handle the rail. My mom did. My mom was about some trains. Well, my dad was an engineer, but my mom, oops, sorry, my bird's loud. I'm talking, so he's talking. But my mom was an artist, and she's the one that taught me how to detail and learn it. It's not a race. Take your time. You're way up here. I'm sorry, I'll turn my mic off. My birds are loud.
Thank you, John. It's going to give me a lot more room over there in that corner. I didn't really need the that curved turnout that I had in there. Didn't need to be there. But I'd put that in a long time ago, and then the more I thought about it, the less I realized the more I realized that's not what needed to be there.
This is.
Excuse me.
This is all scratch built except for the underframe. I had this frame laying around, so I made it into a work caboose. Or a work car, I guess you'd call it. Had to cut the lines and the sides and I enjoy doing these hand builds. They kind of just, if you ever look at narrow gauge railroads, those guys were always just throwing things together. They needed it, and they needed it now, so they didn't have to. They didn't wait for somebody to make some fancy deal. They had to get it made.
Yep.
They got
that's how the galloping geese came about.
Yep, sure was.
This Rio Grande Southern still had the mail route to Telluride, and
but they didn't have passengers.
But they didn't have enough business to run a full steam engine.
Yeah.
So they came up with the idea of making the geese out of old Pierce arrows.
Yep.
And they made them right there in their shop and put them on the line. Now they're iconic.
Yep. I rode a galloping goose in Colorado.
Did you?
Yeah,
I
I've
haven't
gone
ridden
to
one
the
yet.
Rare
I've been
Witch Train
inside
Club.
one, but I haven't ridden one yet.
I gotta put a brake wheel there and little things, but it
Mhm.
rolls really nice. This is one of my favorite cars. I didn't make it, but I painted it and made the decals.
Nice. Looks good.
Oh yeah, I'll take one.
I didn't use the factory little round thing over here.
Yeah.
I like the picture of the waterfall and
Oh, that's nice. There's one at the Colorado Railroad Museum.
yeah,
Tours.
yep. Yep.
Reefer. Yeah. I got
It's
a
a
picture
park.
of it. I'd like to replicate it.
I need to get a reefer so I can make another one to use. Yeah, I was born in Denver, so I'm a little partial to cores. This is the tool that's going to go behind the 40. Sorry. I need to quit moving my hand. Sorry.
Nice. Have a nice day.
I got to take the plate here and I'm going to put rust on it and stuff still. It's work in progress. My conductor's a girl, which my engineers are girls too. Just
There you go.
I get girl asking, why do you have a girl engineer? Because I can. It's my world. I can do what I want.
There you go.
My track's not hand laid, but I didn't use because I know they sell 0-30 track, which is HO side fill. But what I used HO track and split the ties so I can spread them apart so they're not close together like an HO layout. So I still get the kind of that narrow gauge look.
Yep. Well, and that saves money too, because it's cheaper than
Oh
buying
yeah,
the
yeah. Well, I can at my train club. They have sticks and sticks and sticks of HO track that I can have. money. I found this at the train show the other day. I want to make it fit my 0-30.
You have a DeLorean time machine?
Yep. It needs work, but I can do that. So I have to make a Marty McFly and whatever the professor's name is. But that's cool. But I only paid $1 for it. I need to cut the wheels so they'll fit and then on HO track. Sorry, birds are loud again.
I thought that was Shannon's train.
Jesus, picking on there already. When Steve's not here, it's my turn, isn't it?
And this packager goes to the Indians. He ain't to the Indian pack I have. Like I said, my layout's fantasy, so I do some odd things, I guess. This is the statue for my graveyard. It was like for a Halloween set where I took it and painted it gray and black, and so it makes a good statue of my layout.
There you go.
And he's bigger than O scale, but he makes like a big statue. Always like the skulls on the bottom of it and stuff.
Nice.
I enjoy building stuff. Here's one I make kind of hidden because you never see Bigfoot. You only see parts of him. So I made a Bigfoot too. And he's sitting in the trees. He was actually one of those, you get him at Dollar Tree for like $1. It was a wrestler, and I ground him down and filed him and made him into a Bigfoot. Nothing a little paint Bondo can't cure.
I thought I'll stay for a second when our Steve's unmuted.
Yeah, I think he muted because he's running that saw and prying the boards up. And...
Actually, Steve's gone.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's.
Oh, he's back in the chat, that's why.
My prayers are probably getting too loud. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, excuse me.
This one of my train club friends gave me. I gotta put 0-30 trucks on it and repaint it. But I don't know what it is. It's just a water container. I have to change the brake wheel and stuff like that, but I like the look of it.
Damn you, Claude.
Do what?
Damn you.
What did I do now?
For the last 2 days, I've been searching Denver and Rio Grande Western.
Why?
Because of damn K27. Or K36. Can't remember what it is now. I have to look for the post again.
Well, they got the K27 was the first Monaco they had. Then they had then they went to the K28, which has the cross compound pump on the front of the boiler. That's how you can always tell a K28. And then they went from there, they went to the K36, which is what they still use in Durango and in Cumberston Toltec. They were much heavier, much bigger engines than the K27, but they still fit the narrow gauge track. So they use those and K37s.
This is still my favorite loco, the little mogul.
Nice. Actually, now you remind me, USPS. Actually, now I'm going to track it on my phone. That's fine, because my phone's glitching up.
Yeah. But yeah, they're interesting locomotives, and to see them in person is really, really special. But if you ever get a chance to get to the States and you go to Colorado, you got to go to Durango.
Yeah, that's my goal, is to go ride the Durango Silverton.
Well, ride the train, but even if you can't ride the train, go see the Roundhouse. They've got a museum in there.
I lived in that for 5 years, so yeah, I've seen the Roundhouse. It just, at that time, I was so poor I couldn't ride the train.
So they've got the museum, and it's the preeminent steam workshop, steam locomotive workshop in the country. They do about 80% of all work on steam locomotives goes on there. It's really fun to watch them retire a driver wheel.
Oh, I've seen videos of that. Jesus Christ. Talk about some hot stuff.
Now, if you guys are ever wanting to make like things move slow with an electric motor, these are the best investment. They're a Gary Douche drop electric motor. You have like a bunch of little gears in them, and they're metal gears. But you can make like props and stuff, and they're not spinning 100 miles an hour, so you can still get a smooth. I even thought about putting one in like one of my small trains, so it moves slow and it's gear reduced, so it won't be hard to run it.
Yeah, it'll have a lot of torque if you can get the torque down.
Yeah, you got to have the torque there if you're going to run slow. For sure.
Yeah, that's why I said this one has real low gears and put a warm gear on front of it. It would go slow.
Yeah.
So I want to build a rail truck, and that's what I want to use, one of those motors. Sorry, I got hiccups. I'm just showing you guys what I've been working on and building.
Train shakes off. Judy calls.
Well, I got to show you one that
I should be over here looking at chat.
Well, it's not loud.
See you later, train freak.
Oh, well, we've got 12 people on here.
Well, I'm one of them. You're probably one of them. Steve's one of them. Oh, Bernard's here. Hey, Bernard.
Okay, train freight is named Jason. I have to remember that.
Bernard likes your work, Joel.
You what?
Bernard said he likes your work.
Oh, thanks.
They're very cool.
This is one of my latest builds. Well, this year. This is all
Claude,
scrap.
you have to look at this. Claude.
Yes, sir.
I totally.
Yeah.
I just looked at pictures of a real one and hand made it all.
Oh, nice. Yeah, A-frame. I like that. That'll go good on the No-N30 layout.
Yeah, and I've already got the whole. It's already on my layout. I've got two wheels that are metal on one side, so the turntable actually works. I don't make the bottom super realistic. I'd rather have it look good than have it mess up on me. So when I made the bottom frame, it's all heavier and lined up. Making a circular pattern for wheels is a little bit of a trick, but I really like it.
Well, it's good. You did well.
I just think it's really cute. I enjoyed making that. I can't leave this over here. My parents will chew it up, so I got to put this back.
Now, keep yawning.
This one is totally fantasy, but it's for my layout. It's from a cartoon called Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. And I just love the Cadillac so much, I figured I had to make it and the characters from the show.
Good looking car.
Yeah. For the bear to make the figures fit in it, I had to heat them up, bend them, shape them, and
Oh yeah.
but I love this era of Cadillac. I just thought they were so good looking. Yeah, if they would have made Christine into a Cadillac, I'd have been way more impressed. I found that on eBay for a pretty good price. Originally it had a roof on it, but I made it into a convertible. You don't look happy, Shannon. You just tired?
Yeah, and this is my face when I concentrate. So when I'm focused, I just go.
Yeah,
blank.
his brain goes south on him.
God, we're not boring you that much.
No, he's constantly on the computer looking at stuff on eBay and stuff.
And finding things that are useful and be like, "Ooh, hey Claude, look at this. Hey Steve,
Yeah.
look at that."
He does that when it's too expensive for him. He tells us about it. Well, you about had me ready to buy those galloping geese when you first showed them to me, and then I
Well, that's
figured out
because
they were.
I saw the brand name and I'm like, I think those are the ones Claude were after.
Well, I didn't even know that brand existed, and they've been around a while. But that's not the one. Precision Scale is the one I thought they were, and that was Precision Models or something like that.
Yeah.
Completely different company. Yeah, because they'd have been Precision Scale. Those were a steel.
You got tired.
Yes, it's 2 a.m.
Oh.
Yeah. And I've been up since 8:30 or earlier.
Good night.
Good night. Medicine.
Yeah,
Good night, Crystal.
Good night.
Bachman makes an 0 in 30 galloping goose. I want the rails, that's what I want.
Now, back to what I was researching.
Good night.
I don't think I've ever seen any clump foliage that thick. This is like cutting up a dense sponge.
Oh, yeah. I is that Woodland Scenics?
Yep.
Oh,
Yes. They're conifer clump foliage and in
Yeah,
a great
I
mess. They're
remember-
big bag of it.
yeah. I remember buying a bag of that years ago, and I sat there with my son, and we'd just slowly we'd grab a clump, and then we'd just pick it off with our fingers, and wasn't watching TV.
Yeah.
Just ripping it.
Well, most of it's not too bad, but this is one bag, the big bag.
Yeah.
I've already been through 2 of the small bags. That's why I bought the big ones the next time. And here's another bag of it here. So I've got 2 big bags of it. And I look at my layout going, it's gonna cover more. It's gonna be more than what I need. And then I do a tree and I stick it up there and I look back at what I've got in the pan and I go, no, I'm gonna use it all up.
If not, need more.
Yeah. Well, I just need so many trees on here.
Mm.
But these do make pretty good looking trees.
Mm.
I tried making some at very first, some trunks and armatures for a tree, and they came out okay, but they were too big, and it took way too long to do 4 of them.
It's a type of peat moss. Right along that has like foliage on it, so it looks like little leaves we put on my own dirty trees.
See you, John. See you, Joe.
Right.
Not you, Joe. The other Joe. Joe Raider. He's off. And
See you, Joe.
And so is School Kill.
Oh, John. Oh,
Yeah.
John leave too.
Yeah, he's off as well.
See you later, John.
Yeah. Anyway, I was saying, Claude, I reckon you're lucky because the bag I got, the whole, literally you pull out the whole thing, and you're like, oh yeah, it's just compacted, and then you try to separate it, and the whole thing is just, it's like at the factory, they're just gone, oh, quick, we're running behind the line, just shove it in. Don't bother wrapping it, just shove it in.
Just cut off a chunk and put it in the bag. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
I've dealt with it too.
Well, most of this isn't like that, but some of it is.
Yeah, no, the bag I got, literally, I had to go through the whole bag, literally I just grab a chunk and just rip it off. I go, okay, you start ripping that little bit, I'll start ripping this little bit, and me and my son
Yeah, see, some of this that came off that last bit I was telling you about it's like sponge. I mean, it's just a ball of, it doesn't look like foliage at all. This looks like a cut up sponge.
Hey, 3-foot rule.
Hey, I wonder if, the aspen leaf that I got was from Scenery Express, I think. Is who makes it. It's called Super Leaf.
Yeah.
I need to look, see if they've got a conifer leaf in there, which would be a pine needle, but if it's as good as
Be right back.
as their aspen leaves are, because their aspen leaves look really good.
Well, that's all right.
They look like real leaf.
Yeah, I reckon if I had to do it again, I'd probably redo all my trees. Because I think part of the mistake I did with my layout is I think I modeled it kind of more Pennsylvania kind of deal.
Uh-huh.
And yet I'm running like Southern Pacific and Union Pacific, which is on the other side of the states.
Well, yeah, see, and most of the Union Pacific, although they run Union Pacific, comes through here too, as does BNSF, but Union Pacific's biggest place was up like Wyoming and up in
Yeah,
that area.
basically all desert, very dry,
Well,
very
yeah,
little foliage.
it's not really desert, just very arid.
Yeah.
More
Well, Layton's
sagebrush
the
and
desert
stuff
part
than
compared to
cactus.
the. But no, I'm happy with the way it turned out anyway. So
Yeah.
like
Look, birds.
Kiki, Kiki, Kiki.
In video. They're perfect alarm clocks. You cannot sleep through them. And there's not an off switch either.
Oh god, I'll be back. How many people are on here? Mind blank.
Watching the tree be made.
I'm sorry?
Watching your trees be made.
Did you say how many have I made?
Oh, I'm watching.
Oh, you're watching me make them.
Yep.
Yeah, these are all Woodland Scenics armatures.
Yep. What I use.
Yeah, the pine tree armatures, and then I put I use spray adhesive instead of the glue that they recommend. Goes a lot further for one thing, and it's a lot easier to tack stuff on.
I use weld bond.
Yeah, weld bond could work. Yeah, that's similar to what they tell you to use.
It dries super clear.
Yeah.
And I'm using because mine's O scale. They're always I use this little stuff. Get my hands to work. It's like peat moss at Hobby Lobby. Like I said, I work cheap, but I can take this and put them on each armature a little at a time, and it looks almost realistic. I really like how it takes me a while, but I'd rather have the detail because the bigger you get, you got to be more realistic. That's the bad thing about working larger scale locomotives.
Yeah, it's more of a close-up scale.
Yeah, which I enjoy. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, it takes me a good 2 days to make one tree because I can't just dip it in and spray it with adhesive and throw it in. I got to take each piece and do it in it, and I'm just picky that way. I'm my own worst critic, so.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think we all are. At least I know I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all get to that stage. Like, I find myself slowly becoming a rivet canner of sorts, but so far I'm not the a-hole type. I'm just kind of like that's not quite right, but if you do this, this, and this, then it'll look more right. Or how about you just do this a little bit here and there?
My friend gave me these crayons. I got 2 of them, and they look so bad. I thought I'd take them, rebend them, and shape them,
Nice.
and I
They look
worked.
good.
And I used, because they were green, but I took the foliage off and did my own foliage. And I get a lot of my stuff at it's a place in Kansas City or near Kansas. Western Railroad or something like that. I'm bad at, y'all forgive me, I'm bad at names, but he has good prices are really good. But he has things I'm looking for like this, different sizes of, because I don't use just one size. I mix it together and then after do one part, I'll sprinkle a little bit darker than summer as I'll do a little bit lighter. And I feel it gives it more of a, instead of just, it gives it more depth.
Mm-hmm. Well, especially on a deciduous tree, you have to do that.
Yeah. Well, it's like your little pine trees there. You got to twist the body because they're all on one side, but when you twist it, it puts the branches in different areas, so it makes it look more realistic.
Yeah.
Like yours is, it's twisted and it makes it, it gives it more detail.
Well, see, and I like to take and then I'll take the ground foam.
Yep.
The regular earth colored ground foam and put on there try to get it right on the trunk, and it's just slightly different color, so it gives it a little depth that way.
Yeah.
But it also, if you look in close, it looks like bark.
Yep. But I don't know. See, I didn't use when I was my mom was a big influence on me about detail. Like she said, go look at a real tree. What do they look like? And like my mom told me, trees are not brown, they're black. And I done it several years, and I started realizing she's right. There's different shades of gray on the bark.
Yep.
Now, great to get some reddish looking trees, but the majority of the time, the barks are grays and blacks, and you know, it's like I never understood that until I was like a teenager.
Yeah.
I said this was my friend. He didn't like them, so he gave me both of them. They're pretty expensive trees. I already had the foliage, but I redid them, and I really like how they look. I feel they turn out to be good looking little trees. Back on up. Try not to show anybody. I gotta make sure I put it back in the hole. I don't need multiple holes in that layout. I put it back in. What's your mountain made out of, Claude?
Hey, Claude.
Yeah, he's working out the
Hard ground.
I gotta make more tea. I'm out of tea. Oh. What are you even working on, Jenny?
Okay, that's enough trees today. I'll be right back.
All good. Does anyone else want to jump on? In chat? Link's right there. Let's see if I can work this. Okay, that's not gonna work. Yeah, if anyone else wants to jump on chat, the link's just there in chat. Just look for Nightbot, he'll be sending all the information through. Also, if anyone else has friends in model railroading, let them know about the traveling boxcar. Let them know about our merchandise. And just let them know about us. Get on me. More the merrier.
Yeah, I just found your merchandise. Damn. I love it. It's 10 a.m. Do you know where the railer is?
Oh, God. And Steve's probably just heard that and he's going to be like, what's going on? Actually, you know what? I'm going to do my stuff.
I really like the back on tractor that has the sign all over the shirt. That is cool. I like the shirts. Frango! What's wrong with you? Oh, I'm here. I got this kid that I can get you. Now, Shannon, you're going to have to remember this. When your child is 3 years old, he's going to be happy. But when they're 3 years old, they're going to be a handful. Just remember, they grow up. These little monsters never grow up getting any older than 30, so I'm always going to have to deal with this. Demanding, bossy, got to do whatever I'm doing, got to be in the middle of it. It's a lifetime job, which being a parent's a lifetime job.
Yeah, no, I had a couple of birds when I was younger. I had a zebra finch, a budgie.
Yeah, I got budgies. I got 6 of them. I got 5. I lost one couple days ago. My friend has a box. Where did you get those boxes at?
This one I got from an Australian guy who designed and made these as a business. So
My friend has something like that. I like this. We put all your stock in it, and you know, kind of keeps you in order of how you want to put things on the truck.
yeah, well, the good thing with that, this one just comes with its own little carry bag.
Yeah, I saw that. That is. One of the guys in my club, he's always like I am. He makes wood boxes for all of his locomotives. Well, he's the gentleman that made my train frame on my layout. You notice how my layout has a wooden frame? He made that.
Oh, okay.
He does a lot of amazing woodwork. I don't get credit for that part. I made the layout, but I didn't build the frame. You're not venture. Sorry, I'm being attacked by a bird. She decided she wanted out of her box. My desk drawer has one of the drawers that they pulled out for her, and she thinks it's her home, which I cleaned it out so it is. But she'll sleep in there, but when she's up, she has to be on me.
Yeah, that's kind of like our boy at the moment.
This is the loudest wood you can ever get your hands on. Some kind is like super loud. Claude,
Yes.
what do you make your mountain out of? I love your mountain.
Old school. Of course, got the plywood and stuff where the track is, but then just took cardboard strips, hot glued them in a weave pattern.
Yeah.
And plaster over it. Hydrocal and paper towels and plaster over it, and then when it dries, start painting. It came out really nice. I was scared to death to paint it because I didn't have any idea how to paint. I mean, I can paint a house, but I'm not a painter.
Yeah.
Artistic type painter.
Is your layout in scale?
I'm sorry?
Is your layout in scale?
No, it's HO.
HO, okay.
It's HO standard and narrow.
Okay, wow. So you use in scale with the narrow.
Yeah, I've got some of the stuff that I've got. You can see I've got the dual track.
Yeah, I see. See,
that's
that
a little easier to see over here.
That is so amazing. I love stuff like that.
So yeah, it's standard gauge goes. It's a loop to loop on the standard gauge, and the loops are inside the mountain.
Okay.
With automatic turnout control on those two turnouts. This turnout right here is activated by two sensors, one on either side. One's over there and one's back in here. It comes through, and then as it passes the sensor in here, before it comes out, it moves the turnout over. Then as it clears that other sensor again, then it goes back to the original side. And it does that on both sides. So I could actually set the standard gauge up to run continuously and never have to touch it. And then I can run narrow gauge besides. But from this point, of course, the narrow gauge goes, I'll have a big cattle lot right in here. And the narrow gauge goes from this point all the way through. And of course, then the roundhouses will be over here. The yard will be over here, coal tower, all that kind of stuff will be in here. We'll have some industries back in here. And then it starts to climb right here up to the upper deck. And it comes into the mountain, makes about 4 loops in the mountain. The second one comes out, the second loop comes out here, comes across, goes through the snow shed.
I like the snow shed.
It'll make another loop. Yeah, make another loop, then it comes out right here. Out of the rock portal. This is the summit right here. And it'll go off in both directions.
Can you go onto your layout to get inside to the loop if you have problems?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Can you go inside of the mountain to get to your loops?
Oh,
like
yes.
Yes. Yes.
I'm not going to crawl under there right now.
No, I don't blame you. No, I was just asking. I mean, but I know sometimes mishaps happen. You got to get in there. But
oh yeah, I made it where I could get in there. No turnouts inside the mountain. All the turnouts are outside the mountain.
Well, that's amazing. You get it. Your work is beautiful.
Thank you. But like I say, I was very nervous about painting the rock and getting it the right color. But having just come back from Colorado and Wyoming, the rock's perfect color. It's exactly the color I was after. So even with the reds and stuff, see, because I've got some places has some of the red where the red oxide is in the soil. And got some of the greens in with it. Well, here's the better color of the greens. But it's exactly what it looks like, especially along I-70.
Yep.
You run along I-70 and it looks, all the rock cuts look just like this.
Do you live in Colorado or?
No, I wish. I live in Oklahoma.
Well, see, my layout's Oklahoma based. My grandma's from Oklahoma. My grandma, my mom, they were all born in Oklahoma. I was born in Denver, so I'm not sure how that happened, but I love Oklahoma. That's why mine's all red dirt.
Oh yeah, western half of the state's nothing but red dirt.
Yeah.
And if you get it on your car, it'll be on there for at least 6 months.
Well, that's what my truck made it flat green. And I'm making a wasteland. I'm purposely going down to Oklahoma to drive through a dirt road to get all the red dirt on it. And then clear coat it with flat.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you go down a wet dirt road, you will have it on there for a long time.
Yeah, it ain't coming off, especially if you got a rough paint job.
It almost stains the paint.
It does. It really does, yeah.
What's this?
A lot of iron oxide in it.
What stains the paint on what?
The red dirt, the red oxide dirt in western Oklahoma.
Oh, so basically what us Australians experience every day.
Yeah, it's got a lot of iron in it, and and it's very, very red, blood red almost. In fact, here in Tulsa, just west of town, is a lake that has the Cimarron River come in. Well, the Cimarron River, when it rains in the spring, it is blood red. Yeah. And it'll come in and stain that entire lake that color.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we've got that much iron in the ground here in Australia that we've got mixtures of white clay and red clay and yellow and orange.
Yeah. Well, we get some of that yellow and orange here too in the gumbo clay.
We got a little here in Kansas, not like it's a red clay. But we do get like mid-liberal, they have some.
Where are you at, Joel?
I'm in Garden City.
Garden City? Okay.
Yeah. I'm like 45 minutes from Dodge City.
Yeah.
50, the old 50 route. My mom and my grandma both told me, God rest her soul, my grandma's been gone a few years now, but she told me I better have Indians on my layout. She's going to kick my ass because my grandma was part Native American. Up to the half.
Yeah.
So she said, you better have Indians on there. And I do.
We got Container Man Ray in the house.
Hey, Roy.
Smart ass is still picking on me with my hair and face.
Well, why'd you cut it? See, here's my hair.
He was getting too much grief.
I guess I'm an old biker. I don't mind long, messy hair. But I've always had long hair except for the army. That's the only time it.
Yeah. No, I don't mind long hair. It's just at the moment I just don't have the time to maintain it.
Maintain it. All you do is pull it back in a ponytail. You're done.
When you have kids,
No,
different story.
No.
No, Shannon's more of a fashion plate than that.
Oh, I'm not. I'm covered with tattoos and everything. I still wear bell waters, for God's sakes. But hey, when a good thing goes as I still wear it. I don't keep in fashion just because Here's what's funny. It comes back around, it'll be in style again. I'm just glad the mullets went out of style. I hated mullets. It's like, get a haircut or have it long. It's not a halfway point.
Yeah, nah, Aussies are known for mullets.
Yeah, I know. So are Kansans.
Hey, Steve, you still in the chat?
I don't think he is. I haven't seen him in a while.
Because I was going to say I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I have about 10 boxcars with Rapido couplers.
Oh, speaking of cars, now that you're here, shit, I can show you those. You're gondolas, right? Shannon.
Yeah, but at the moment, because of the showstopper, I've been buying more stock-related stuff instead of. I've been buying locomotives, Dakotas, and I've been trying to buy collections. I haven't really been trying to buy anything individual lately.
Well, I'm not trying to sell you nothing. I just say, one of them, I'll give them to you. Like I said, I got several gondolas.
Yeah.
I'm not out for money. I just want to find. I got stuff that I never used. I want to find it a good home.
Okay, this is all my modern stuff.
Did you make that trestle bridge, Claude?
Yes, it started with a kit, but it's basically all the kit was the I used the jig setup to do the bents and the wood. I used the wood out of it, but for the most part, the rest of it, all the footings, all that, I
like that
all those. Scratch built the span here.
Yeah, I love that part. I almost built that type of trestle for my layout, but I wanted something a little different. That's why I built my bridge. But I've always been a fan of trestle bridges.
Yeah, I'm having a slight issue in a couple of spots on it. One of them, I think, might be this guardrail. It's the same size as the regular rail, which is supposed to be smaller, and I've got some code 40 that I can put on it. But I want to pull this piece off and see if it makes a difference. It could also be slightly out of gauge. I need to recheck that.
Okay, I got a quick question. What would you guys use for a waterfall? A small waterfall, like trickling down, like little bits of water dripping, not dripping, but.
Well, this stuff works pretty good from Woodland Scenics. That's what I used over here.
What's it called?
You see it coming out the pipe there?
Yeah. See, I'm looking for something like that.
Yeah, this is called Water Effects.
Okay, yep. I just bought some of that, so yeah.
Yeah, just follow the instructions on it. Now, what I did on that where it's coming out is I used a piece of acetate behind it. Okay, so and then I took it and I bent it. I bent it in the shape that I wanted, and I had to heat it a little bit to get it to bend where I wanted it to. But I bent it so it looked like the water's coming out and over.
Yeah.
And then I
want to do.
Then I glued it in place, and then I took the water effects and put on it. But the white is white paint.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I just put on yesterday. I just put now for the splash effect there that I've got at the bottom. That's actually a part of a dryer sheet, an old dryer sheet, and it's real fibrous, so you can pull it apart, see it moves around.
Yeah.
But I put some more rapids and stuff on here with the water effects. I just need to get in there with the white paint and paint all my swirls around the rocks and that kind of stuff.
That makes a lot of sense.
But there's a lot of tutorials of that kind of thing on YouTube.
Yeah, but I said it's just I like to see what people actually do, not some paid advertiser. I'm a little odd like that.
Well, I've seen several different ways of doing it.
Yeah. I like what you just said, acetate. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, we use the acetate that way. Then you can form it to make it go like you want. Because
right.
Well, let's see. I've got some of this stuff sitting over here. Let me find it here. Okay, this is some of the. And they can't hardly see it. Yeah. I had this over here on the parchment paper. I just made a bunch of it because I just spread it out on there, and then you can take and cut it, lengthwise to whatever width you want. But see, it's limp.
Yeah.
So if you hang it off something, it's going to want to hang right straight off of it. It's not going to come out like it had any force behind it at all. So that's why I did the acetate on that. And it all depends on what kind of look you want for the waterfall that you want to do. But yeah, it works pretty good for that. I've seen people use clear silicone.
I've had no silicone. They're always whites and bubbles. That's why I have a stream on top of my layout, and it turned into bubbles. It just looked real bad. I had to pull it all up, and I'm gonna use what's it called? It's the same company here. Use a Woodland Scenic, but it's water. And I'm just gotta be careful when I pull the ends. I'm gonna tape it off and do it in layers. I'm gonna do it thinly.
Yeah. Well, now for your deeper water, like I've got down in the bottom of the stream, I use magic water.
Yeah, I've heard it's good.
It's real good. The bad thing about the Woodland Scenics is I've got some of the realistic water that's supposed to be for the deeper pour. Don't use PVA glue.
Yeah.
Anywhere around it. I don't know why, but it says on there it's not compatible with PVA glue, and so that's why I went ahead and got the magic water and did it. It's a 2-part resin.
Yeah.
But man, it's fantastic. It's crystal clear. It doesn't see, like here I've got it poured. Now this one I've got a little bit tin in it to get a little bit deeper, but I can press on that with my fingernail and it won't leave an indentation in it. But see on the rock right there, that rock is painted with it. Yeah, that's the Woodland Scenics, and all the Woodland Scenic stuff is compatible with itself, but you can't get PVA glue around it.
Yeah,
white glue or wood glue around it, it'll ruin it.
Yeah.
Well, see that right there? See the wet on the rock?
Yep.
That's the magic water just painted on there.
Yeah.
And it makes it look wet, which is a real good effect behind the waterfall because that's what it would do. It would get that rock.
I really like it about magic water because you don't have to mix it; you just pour it like glue.
Well, the magic water is 2-part. You mix it together.
Oh, not magic water. I'm talking about it's something. It's that bottle you showed me of the water effects. Oh, it's Vallejo water effects.
Oh, okay.
And I'm gonna try it because I've seen good reviews on it. I like something that's thicker because it's a thin little stream, and I want to be able to. I don't want the water smooth. I want the water kind of rough because it's in a rocky area. So I figure if I use something a little heavier, I can add little divots and stuff to it. But thank you for your help. I appreciate that.
Sure, no problem.
Hey Chuck, how are you enjoying the traveling boxcar?
Hey Chuck.
Okay, what is the traveling boxcar?
Easiest way to explain it is watch the video. It'll tell you everything you need to know about it.
Well, I've seen that.
Yeah, all it basically is just a boxcar that's traveling around the world.
You don't paint it or nothing. You just.
It's got the back on track logos and stuff on it.
Okay.
But yeah, it's nothing flashy or anything like that. It's got our signatures on it. Comes with a notebook that you essentially write like a letter in it.
That's cool. I'm gonna have to subscribe. I'm not subscribed.
Ooh, Chuck's posting a video right now. I can go there because that's nothing. Pentaluma and Santoros. Oh, I might not repaint that one.
Is this working?
Pendulum. Yeah. Were you trying to blind me?
Not sure. Anybody want to look? Probably got everybody in chat.
Yeah, everyone in chat's like, oh, Jesus.
Oh, eyes, my eyes. I think that might have been my problem.
Jeez, I haven't seen these in a while.
Oh, well, from that side.
Here you go, Claude. I just ran into my Rio Grande Southern stuff.
Did you?
Yep.
Ah, yeah, there you go. I could probably use that to make a narrow gauge car of it.
What, as in the chassis? Because I do have a caboose that has a buggered up shell on it. Okay, so they're not too bad.
You guys see my layout a little better? I enlarged the image a little bit. The water tower is actually made from a icing jar that I put wood around and just so I could keep it perfectly round.
Actually, Joel, I was going to say, you need to look up on Google. What was it called? Hang on, I'll find a name in 2 seconds.
Here's what I found.
Where's that post? you need to look up Indiana Harbor Belt Railroad U-4A class.
Indiana Harbor?
Indiana Harbor.
Okay.
U for unicorn dash 4A for apple.
Okay.
It's a 080 class shunter that they used. But these were the only locomotives that I am aware of that have what's called a power unit attached to the tender. Which basically what it was, the front truck on the tender had its own set of pistons and side rods.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
I reckon it'll suit well with you, your era of your fantasy layout.
Yeah, I'm still debating. Excuse me. I did find what I was looking for. I found a Mad Max car in O scale.
Which one, the XB or the XA or?
Yeah. XP, the Road Warrior one with the gas tank in the back.
Did you check?
I found it. Actually, it's already ordered.
Oh, okay.
Found her on eBay. Decent price.
Hey, Nora's on here. Hey, Nora.
Hello, Northern.
Jesus, Chuck, how big of a video did you make?
The hell was that?
My carry case?
My back turned. I didn't know what you were doing, but it didn't sound good.
You're trying to see for the smallest gap. Have you figured out what's catching on yet?
No, I can't figure out why it's jumping. I don't think it's the radius. I think the radius is pretty smooth. Boy, it doesn't always do it too. It's just every once in a while.
Every once in a while.
Well, yeah. I mean, it doesn't do it every time I run it by there. Only
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to think.
sometimes. I thought maybe it was some of the spikes, but the spikes are down as far as they'll go. Didn't be that.
Oh, someone's awake. There's the wife. Hey, Claude,
Yes, sir.
have you actually made a full proper update on your trestle bridge at all?
Well, I went by it on my last update last week, but when you say a full proper update, I'm not sure what you mean. I didn't get out the tea of crumpets.
No, because every time I look up, everyone, I swear, everyone is like, "Hey, Claude, how did you build your bridge? What's the matter?"
Yeah. Well, I did. Yeah. The update, I don't know what, the one before last, I guess. And I actually did a time lapse video on there while I was doing some of the side bracing and stuff on it. And I talked about it in some of the ones before that. But it, before I actually had it up and running.
Yeah.
I am finding out these little K27s sit close to the ground on the outside of the track. So you gotta make sure your scenery's back away from it. I had to move some of it yesterday because it'll actually stop the train.
Hey, Claude, look what I found.
A re-railer. It's not Steve's, is it?
Nah. I haven't seen this thing in, I think, 2 months. There's my phone.
Okay. Well, it works pretty good going downhill. Actually, where I noticed it the most was going in reverse. When I'd reverse over that point, that's when it was wanting to come off. So I don't know if that trailing truck is not steering as well as it should or what.
Well, it'd be the only thing I would think of. Would be that trailing truck.
My little 40-heighted trolling truck that would make it derail, I had to kind of modify it a little bit and quit doing it. No two trains are alike, just like no two layouts are alike.
Yeah, but I do have that low point just as I come up on the trestle that I'm going to have to shim. And it's got to be very minute because I can't see it with my eye.
But you can feel it with your finger.
Well, I can't even feel it with my finger, but I can watch the train go over and I can tell because when it gets to the drivers, the first one will gap a little bit. And when it hits the rail beyond that, the second one gaps a little bit. So I know it's got a low spot there. It's got to have.
Ali, what do you mean we let you fall asleep? I think Ali might be jumping on.
Hey, Allie.
She's on Hangouts at the moment. She's not in chat just yet.
Oh, gotcha. My bad.
Right there. That's it. It's mainly only happening when I'm backing up.
Is it the trailing truck or is it the drivers?
Well, the drivers are coming off. Yeah, trailing truck's still on there, looks like. Best I can see. Yeah, trailing, well.
Could the trailing truck make it be binding?
It shouldn't be because it swings side to side,
Yeah.
kind of like the pilot truck. Yeah, but the drivers don't, and so. But this is a big enough curve. This is not any tighter than 18 inches, so it should be making the turn okay.
I have a quick question. Could you take your drive wheel and pull them in together a little bit so they have a little more clearance between them and the rail? The center drive wheel, it's a 6-wheel configuration, ain't it?
No, it's 8.
Actually, Claude, what if you turn the loco the other way and drive it forward towards the tunnel?
Well, that's what I'm saying, Shannon. Either way I turn it, when it's going forward, it doesn't want to do it. It's when I'm going backward.
On that one spot.
But see, I can see sitting right here, the front 2 drivers are on. Let's see. Let me get them all on there again. See, and the flanges on these are not, they're not very, very big. That almost acts like it's too tight a turn right there, but it shouldn't be.
I was going to say, push it forward again and run it backwards on its slowest speed, because just a theory, might be one of the rails is just a little lower than the other side, and the rear driver's picking it up.
Well, it could also be that, it doesn't look like it, but there could be a dip in the.
I've had that happen on one way.
That was real good. Turn that off first.
Oh, jeez. I was about to think, hang on, why did Claude jump like that?
Well, because I saw it spark, but I knew why it was sparking because I'm putting a metal ruler up there.
My back and forth loco, or not loco, my back and forth bridge up there, it was jumping off the rails when it came to the last section. And I had to straighten it out a little bit, but then on the bridge it had a low spot. And every time it backed off, it jumped
Yes,
off.
Chuck, we got your email.
Yeah, I think right here, maybe that backside rail may be a tad low. Have a low spot in it. That's what it looks like. Kind of hard to tell for sure, but
Yeah.
because it's a curved section, so it's hard to put a straight edge on it and get a clean look at it.
Do you have anything like a square?
Masonite that I can curve? Yes, sir, I do, right here. Oh yeah, yeah, right there right there at that first little bend. It's not much, maybe a 32nd of an inch. So I shim that up and see how that affects it.
Yeah, it's probably just low enough that it allows the flange to catch the edge of the rail to climb it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's what it's doing. Now, like I say, if I go forward, it doesn't have as near the tendency to do that. But if I'm going backwards, it almost does it almost every time.
Well, you got to think about it. The gearing's going to be on the rear drivers, so the rear wheels are going to have less left and right movement compared to the front.
Oh yeah.
So that's probably why, because the fronts are able to sway left and right that little bit more than the rear. So when you're going backwards, the rear doesn't have enough movement to shift to compensate.
Mm-hmm.
Glad it's you and not me.
It's all part of it. Well, especially when you hand spike. You know, you have a lot less trouble like that with flex track.
Yeah, but you don't get that wow factor like you do with other.
Yeah, but you know, once you paint it and ballast it, it's really tough to tell it's hand spiked.
Until you mention it to someone and they turn around and look at you and go, "You're crazy."
Now I got to figure out something thin enough to stick under there for a shield.
Cardboard.
No, cardboard's gonna be way too thick.
Construction paper.
Yeah, construction paper might work. I'm thinking maybe just shaving a little balsa and doing it that way
True.
to start with.
Get acid-free construction paper if you do that. It'll decay.
In fact, there's some basswood. I may try that.
You jumping on, Ali? There she is.
Hey, Allie.
What are you wearing on your head?
Oh, there's anime.
She's a putty tat. Oh, Lord.
Now, can you explain?
Doyle, hide your birds.
Now, Ali, can you explain to me why it sounds like you're blaming me that I let you fall asleep?
Because I've got to blame somebody.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
is that how it is? When
You're
Steve's
just
not here, I'm the one to blame.
it's your fault.
You're just convenient.
Exactly.
I'm just convenient.
I can't keep picking on Steve. It's not fair. It's your turn to cop it.
Yeah, Steve's got enough going on right now.
Yeah, poor
Yeah. Yeah, true. I mean, he's going to give his surgeon a run for his money when he goes into surgery.
Yeah, he's got
Oh,
knee surgery to go through, and then he's doing that floor, trying to get that done before his knee surgery, and then his wife's got the virus. So
Well, it hasn't been confirmed yet. I keep telling him to go to the doctors, and he's like, "No, I haven't gone to the doctors yet."
Yeah, he better if he thinks it is. I wasn't sure if he was serious when he made that comment.
What's that? Oh, about not going to the doctor?
No, about having that virus.
No, he was serious.
Ah,
Yeah.
He texted me a couple of nights ago and was asking me some stuff that we had talked about earlier.
Yeah, he was telling me, I think it was last night, yesterday, and actually no, it was this morning my time. So yeah, it was last night for you guys, and yeah, I just said to him, going, look, go to the doctor, like at the moment, like because realistically, yes, it could be, but
better to be safe than sorry, right?
yeah, I guess it's always good to think of the worst case scenario sometimes.
Well,
Yeah, it's good. It's nice. It's nice to know because she's had a high fever for 2 or 3 days now. My daughter's had a fever for a week, and she's got it. Well, we know her daughter has it, so she's showing the same kind of symptoms. So we're pretty sure she's got it too, even though she hadn't been tested yet.
Well, you prepare for the worst, and if you're wrong, then you're pleasantly surprised. But if you're right, then you're not going to be, shocked.
And of course, Steve will either come down with it or he won't. At this point, because once somebody shows symptoms, they've had it for a while.
Yeah,
and so chances are they've passed it on, and
yeah,
that would be my guess. He's going to have it too if he gets it. Now, there again, not everybody will get it probably. They made it sound like, oh God, if you were anywhere in the same state, you were going to get it.
Yeah, it sounds really catchy.
Well, my daughter and granddaughter were here the weekend. Well, my granddaughter was not feeling good the last Sunday they were here eating dinner. And my wife and I are fine, so far anyway. That's been over a week ago.
Is it one of those things that once you've had it, you can't get it again? Or is it you can just keep getting it?
Who knows? They don't even know.
Okay, well, it's related to the bird flu. Could you catch the bird flu once or can you catch it multiple times?
I don't know. I don't know much about bird flu.
Well,
actually,
it's more related to SARS. Is that the bird flu?
Yes, SARS, the bird flu. What's happening now? They're pretty much all related.
All of those are coronaviruses.
Yeah.
So that's how it's related. But they're not the exact same one.
They're mutated. Well, if it's related to... Actually...
You're Googling it, aren't you?
Yeah.
And these drivers float pretty well.
Speaking of floating drivers, did some more
Floating
work on my-
back and forth, they float pretty good.
Those are blind in the two center, aren't they?
No, I wish they were.
Oh, they're
All
flanged.
flanged. All
Oh.
flanged. Yeah. If they were, you could probably take a 10-inch curve. But they're not, and that's the problem I'm having. They're wanting to ride up on the.
Okay, so with a virus, so if it's a common cold virus, you pretty much build the immunity for the rest of your life because it's a simple virus, and no two strains of the common cold is the same. But with the showstopper, because of how advanced, I guess you could say, it's compared to a common cold, they don't know whether the antibodies you produce is temporary or permanent.
Oh, well, they don't know enough about it, do they?
Yeah. Well, you got to think about it. It's like if you think about it, everyone has, or 95% of the world's population has the cold sore virus.
That's a
And-
virus?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, cold
Yep.
sore is a virus. But basically what happens is your body builds an immunity to it, and depending on how that immunity functions depends whether you get a cold sore or not.
Oh.
Like in my case, like my wife, she gets cold sores all the time. But like I still give her a kiss in the morning and all that, and nothing happens to me. But the downside is that if she has an active cold sore, then and if I kiss her and then I go kiss the kids, then the kids can contract it through me as a carrier. Even though it doesn't affect me because my immunity against that virus is, above its threshold, so I won't actually catch it.
It's usually those who have compromised immunities and things like that that are going to.
Yeah, those are the people that are mainly dying. So, if you look at all the statistics, okay, basically everyone who's got a weakened immune system are the ones that are getting severely affected. Whereas, say for example, I caught it. I'll probably be very sick, but after a few days, I'll be walking around like, what's
Nothing
happening?
happened.
For all I know, I could have it right now and not know it.
I wondered that a couple of months back, actually. If I was one of those people, I was sick, but I don't think it was the showstopper. Like I was sick for about 2 weeks, and I had to steer clear of mum and dad just in case it was. I never went to the doctor. I should have got to the doctor and got tested, but I decided to isolate myself for 2 weeks and see what would happen, and I got better.
Hey, Claude,
Yeah.
you're going to have a new fan.
There's going to have a new fan.
There's a guy on chat. He's from Reddit, Sheepboy256. He's thinking about starting a HM3 micro layout. Is there any tips you can give him?
Take out a loan.
Hi, Roy, and hi, Steve. Everyone's saying, Steve says I look like an AllyChat. Funny that.
I'm just waiting for Roy to say some sort of reference regarding a pop group.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
They can pin them in.
I'm starting to wonder if it's that bullfrog snot I put on there.
How old's the bullfrog snot?
How old?
Yeah,
Oh, a month. A month.
month.
But it hadn't been run a lot with it on there.
Did you leave it? Do you leave it for 24 hours to dry?
Yep. No, what I'm saying is, I think if it got on the inside of the flange, it might be letting it crawl up.
Oh yeah, it makes sense because it's a rubber tire.
Yeah. I've got another one here, though. Let me try it right quick.
Container Man, Roy, I do not have Facebook because Facebook thinks I spam people and I'm trying to get it appealed, but no one's in office at the moment.
Still.
As I said, I try every day. And every day it's like, sorry, we are not taking any appeals right now. Please try again later. No, Joe, we're not taking a file to the flange. These aren't your plastic models. Those are brass models, aren't they, Claude?
No, these are Blackstone.
Blackstone.
Oh, they're plastic RTR.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're mainly plastic. They got a little heft to them, but they're not brass.
But they are expensive.
I think they're probably a hybrid. They're pretty heavy, but I don't think they're brass.
Yeah. No,
They're very nice to
because
detail.
I was saying take a file to the flange.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'm like, no, not to those.
But see, they've got a lot of lateral play in them. I don't know if you can see that. A lot of lateral play in them. The trailing truck's very loose, like the front truck is. But I've got the bullfrog snot on this one. And I'm wondering if that's contributing to it climbing that rail.
Is the bullfrog snot on the center driver or the rear driver?
It's the inside rail of the curve that it's wanting to climb.
Yeah.
Say again?
I was going to say, is the bullfrog snot on the end driver or is it in one of the middle drivers?
It's on all four of them, on each side.
On all four?
Yeah.
Why apply them to all four? I only ever apply them to two drivers and that's it.
Really? Okay. Well, maybe that's the problem. I'd never used it before.
Haven't you?
Nope. I'd heard of it, but I'd never actually used it.
Yeah, no, I just usually put a very, very thin layer on. It depends on the loco. Like some locos, they prefer the grip on the front second driver, and some prefer it on the back drivers. It just depends how they pull when they're going up a gradient or when the load starts to get heavy. Because like I've got what's it called? A life like Berkshire, and if you put any form of grip on the rear two drivers, as soon as you load it up with too much weight, the front drivers lift off the tracks on any curve. So I'll put it on the second front driver and no issues. Now you're teasing.
You want teasing? I worked on my Garrett again.
Oh, gee. Glad you two are on that side of the screen. All the cool people are on this side, and then all the teasers are on that side.
I don't know. Joelle's pretty cool. She models narrow
that one just ran off too, going backwards.
Anyway, back to what I was saying, Claude. There's a guy in there. He wants to start a HON3 micro scale layout. If you have any tips,
a micro scale layout. Oh, just a small layout.
Yeah, I think something similar size to what Joel's got.
Yeah, keep your if you're going to use Blackstone engines, these make sure your radiuses are at least 18 inches. I'd say 20 inches or better. My tightest are right here. It does this 16 over here just fine, but then it gets up here. I think this is a different issue than the tightness of the radius. But the Blackstone engines all have flanged drivers. All the drivers are flanged. So it doesn't like real tight ones. But I don't know what's causing my problem right here. Then the flanges aren't very, I don't know if you can see this. Let me get this in here. See if I can get this in there good and tight. The flanges on these things are not very big. Let's see that without shining the camera there.
They were RP25s or something.
Well, seeing if I do that, then it gets, here we go. This will be better. Look on the tender flanges. See how small those are?
Oh yeah, they're the real prototypical size almost.
Yeah, and so it doesn't take much. There's the front truck. Oop, wrong one.
Yeah, no, I see that.
They're very short, and so it doesn't take much for it to jump off if you don't have it just right.
Mm.
And that's the issue I'm having here. And I'm still thinking that's probably not level right here.
Yeah. You don't have a track gauge, do you?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. What kind you want? I got a 3-point and I got a NMRA track gauge.
Yeah, NMRA one. And your lovely wife is poking her head through the door.
Okay. Do you have some ideas? No.
Not really. I was thinking wings, but those would be too messy to eat.
Oh, we're talking chicken wings.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting hungry.
For me, Shannon, not for you.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, sandwich is fine if we'll get the stuff.
Well, that's fine. If that's okay.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's dead on the gauge. That is not the problem.
Okay, so it's not gauge. So, yeah, it's either the bullfrog's knot you've got on the whole thing. Oh, but then you said the other loco doesn't have bullfrog's knot.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have any on there, and it jumped off.
Is it because of the S curve?
Well, it shouldn't be because it doesn't even start the other part of the curve until it's way down there.
Also, it's got a straight section between the two curves.
No, it's not happening there. It's happening in this curve. And only when I go backwards, which is just really weird. Get up here where I can see it again.
Can the internet conflict?
Just trying to
Does it
think.
do it for wagons? Or is it just the loco?
Just the loco. And it's as Claude said, it's only when he reverses it.
Yeah,
Actually,
I haven't noticed it in forward yet, but
actually, Claude, when you reverse a loco, the drawbar isn't binding up on between the loco and tender, is it? Like stiffening up the rear end of it?
I don't think so. It's a pretty hefty drawbar because they incorporate the plug in the drawbar.
Okay.
So
Like
they're
when you're
almost
eating up.
well, here, I can show it to you. That's the drawbar. Can you see that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty hefty. So, oh, now this one's still got the foam in the middle there. That might help you get that out of there.
Maybe that's why it derailed straight up.
Could have been. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it seems like there's plenty of play and everything, you know, that it should move around that pretty well, but.
Because I remember I was having issues for ages with my Kato FEF-3, and it turned out after all the screwing around I did, there was one day I was just, it was giving me the irrits, and I just, grabbed it, and I saw one of the wires was kind of not letting it articulate properly. And I'm like, are you serious? Is that the whole problem? And I loosened the wire up, and voila. No more issues. And I just kind of looked at myself like, that damn piece of crap. Oh,
They're
Well,
a
these,
track now for me.
yeah,
Even
these
one
have
like
they have those two plugs, and they've got a screw in the back end of each one of them. So you can separate it, but then the wires are back the other side of the screw. So the wires shouldn't be causing any problem there. I mean, it's possible, I guess, but I don't know how it would.
Sheep Boy, if you're still in chat, is there any other questions you want to ask? Like, feel free to ask, and you know, one of us will be happy to answer. If not, Claude himself.
You don't have to shout, Roy.
Love the cat ear, Sally.
Thank you, Joel.
I think it's because Chuck's excited because you're on here.
Oh, I am.
Roy, it's text to speech. My phone's yelling, not me. Yeah, Roy, blame your phone.
It just looks like he's really, really, really excited that I got my hair down.
It's like
See right there, hey Shannon.
Yep.
Right there coming up. The trailing truck's not even rolling the wheels. There's not even enough weight on that trailing truck to roll the wheels. That's how loose it is.
My family has red hair. Not me.
Not enough weight.
Both my brothers, when they were born, had red hair. My Uncle Mike has red hair. My Uncle Pat has red hair.
I thought the other small bit
I'm
of
the
lead.
one, brown hair, brown eyes.
I can't hear you.
I was going to say, do you have a small bit of lead you can put on top of the cab just to weigh the cab down and see what it does?
Well, it's not the rest of the wheels. I mean, the pilot truck is okay. The tender trucks are okay. That's working a little better now. I may have my chin might have been in the way.
Sheep Boy's asking where he can get cheap HON3 engines and coaches.
I'd like to know. If he finds it, let me know. If you want to go inexpensive and narrow gauge, I would look into
ON3.
Yeah, because Bachman's making the engines now. I've not priced them. Joel would know more about that than I would, but
all of my locos are Bachman 0-30. They run great.
Yeah, and HON3 for some reason has always been, even though it's a popular scale, it's always been, until Blackstone came out with these engines, it's always been brass engines from Japan or Korea. And you can find some of those relatively good prices, but you'll probably have to work on them and you'll have to switch them over to the DCC. I got these really good prices, closer to what manufacturer price is than what they're going for now. These engines right now are going for anywhere from $550 to $700, $800 a piece, because they're not making them anymore, or they haven't made any more yet. They're supposed to have a K28 and a K36 coming out, but they're making them in China, and they had a problem with the manufacturer, and now you've got all this other stuff going on that has slowed it down, because they were supposed to be out 2 years ago and they still haven't even got the first one done yet. So, I mean, it's a neat scale, but, you know, if you go ON30, you can use HO track, and the stuff is getting to be a little more readily available in the ON30 O scale. But if you're on a small table, the O scale is a little tougher to get in there, you know. So
that says beautiful.
Says what?
The comment Bernard C's written. He's written beauty tea full.
Oh, thank you, Bernard.
I've got a couple of HON 3.5 So that's 12 mil gauge loco. One's a Black Diamond XQR ZB, which they had over here. They had 4 over here. The South Spur Rail Services, and they used them to build the Mandurah line. And I've also got one of Southern Rail's new 2300s because they bought a couple of 2300s over here as well. So I do have some HON 3.5 stuff. That's why my test track's got dual gauge on it. Lunchtime, Claude.
Yeah, HDMI.
Just sit right there. Okay, you guys need to get out of here.
Yeah,
You're gonna get something in your feet.
Come on, girls.
And you're up here barefooted too.
I know.
Smack all of you.
Okay. Come on, girls.
Boom.
Come on.
Everybody keeps coming. My dog. I try to keep the dogs out so they don't get spikes and stuff like that in their feet. Go, go.
Come on. In, go. Come on.
You
I
need
turn
to
around. My
take
wife's
them
bare,
forward.
and then my wife's barefooted. Had to get them all. Get on both of them.
I wouldn't tell you if I got something in my foot if it was.
You better not. You'll never hear the end of it.
I know.
Okay, there they going together now.
You're not trying to go through that curve too fast, are you, Claude?
Now, I'm trying to see what's going on. Oh. Now see, that one came off, the front driver came off. Let's see where it came off at. Okay, let's go back the other way.
Roy's complaining about your lights.
My lights?
Mm-hmm.
Why? What part of the lights does he not like?
They're blinding him.
Oh, that's. Oh, you're talking about up on the ceiling, or the flashlight?
Sounds like it's your problem, Roy. Sounds like a personal problem.
That's the thing. Every time Roy comes on, it's always, this is bugging
What's a
me.
friggin'
That is
message?
bugging me. You're doing this wrong. You're doing that wrong. Give me attention. I'm here. Hello. We love you, Roy. It's okay.
It's my land. I do what I want.
There you go.
Oh.
Thank you, Roy.
Now, why is that still going?
I shouldn't have eaten that chocolate. It's giving me heartburn.
You're making me want to go get chocolate now. Stop it.
Just think about
Harry.
I've got some of that in the fridge too.
Like, I don't even have to show you the packet. I just have to show you that purple colour. I could go like that.
Stop it.
Look at that purple. It's a very distinct purple. Oh, I can never notice that there's printing on it.
hell. My chalk was painted purple.
Homer Simpson style with his tongue hanging out. Oh.
Go none.
What was it?
Shannon, read my comment completely. What?
I think this is.
Claude, put some cover on. The light is blinding me.
I'm debating if I want to put her on my layout.
Roy, it might be me not understanding English properly because I did fail English. But I don't get it still. If you mean it in some other context, I don't get it.
He's talking about my bald head. That's what he's talking about, isn't it, Roy?
Oh,
Stay in that conversation.
okay, it makes sense now. Oh, no wonder I get picked on. Oh God.
Light shine on a bald head. That's right, Chuck.
Oh, I'm gonna stop.
You guys are
Are you painting those figures, Joel?
yeah. That one's a lot of black, but
See, I'm sorry, George. Go ahead. I was going to say get the shine off of here when I go outside. The sun's in front of me. It doesn't blind me shining in my eyes. It'll bounce off my head and hit the back of my glasses and blind me that way.
You give the sun sunburn.
Yeah.
these are some of my latest figures.
Are they 1 to 48?
Yep. Sorry if you can't see it. I'm trying to. Sorry, Drago's upset. He sees something outside. If you can't see him, I'm sorry. My camera's not the best quality.
I don't think any one of us has a good quality camera.
But like I said, my layout's fantasy. I got fantasy creatures. This is my newest one. I like him. He's got to get a paint job soon.
Is that a dragon?
Yep.
Well, cat's out of the bag. Roy submitted. He picks on me because I'm an Aussie.
You're in the
He doesn't
what?
pick on me, and I'm an Aussie.
Yeah, well, if I scroll up a few lines in the chat.
My bartender.
See, when he looks at the screen, he sees Beauty and the Beast.
I'm the beast. No one picks on the beast. That's why.
Because it's cruel. It's mean.
Yeah, well, you should have seen what he said when he first came in. He's jumped on and he's like, so has Shannon shaved and cut his hair yet?
Straight into it. Straight into it.
Yeah, straight into it.
That's just mean.
I think Roy doesn't understand how Aussie he is himself.
Ooh, you're going to offend him saying that. Sounds like it's a dirty word, being an Aussie.
I need to take pictures of these and post a new video of my layout. And just instead of doing video, just take some pictures of these figures so people can see what they look like. They're not too high dollar. You get like 2 for $5. And they're the right scale. That's what I like about them.
Are they 3D printed?
No, they're from a company. They're D&D figures.
Ah.
Which I used to play D&D, but I'm not a player. I like the figures. So, like this one here, she's a little dancer.
Well, that one's pretty. I like that one.
Hey, Claude, here's another question. Or are you on the iPad?
I want to put him in my bar and have him dancing in the middle of the room. Because the building I made is a little bar, but the roof comes off so you can see inside it. Yeah, there's the second one.
What was that, Shannon?
So you on the iPad or are you just eating?
I'm just eating. I'm just staying off camera.
Okay. Because Sheep
I got
Boy's
the iPad
asking.
right.
Because Sheep Boy's just asked, how much money do you have to set aside for HON3?
You know, it depends on how fast you want to do stuff.
They're skeletons.
Well, I know a lot of your stuff's hand laid.
Well,
I guess let's put it this way. Pick on, say, one of your cheaper locos 5 pieces of rolling stock. What else?
Okay. Hang on.
Here's what I painted my dragon.
Yeah, I like Chinese dragons better.
Yeah, so do I, but get what I get.
Oh, you asked me a question. What?
These are just babies. My most latest, I just bought this. a few
Roy,
days
I
ago.
don't think your speech to text punctuates properly.
So she's real little.
It's a fairy.
Yep, I got 2 of them in different poses. But I saw I'll take my camera and get the pictures of them. And my layout has everything. I had one of the guys at my train club say, "Why do you buy that stuff?" Because I can. I like it.
Exactly. Your layout.
Yep. It's like I got wasteland cars and things like that. Got me a Mad Max car, which I'm happy about. My kid's just a regular guy that I just painted. He's not the most, nothing special, just a guy, but he goes on there, he'll go on the bar.
He looks pretty normal.
Yep, and that's it. I mean, it can't be all warriors and badasses. You gotta have regular people too. We're not all superheroes, sorry. I know I'm not. I'm just no triple fat biker. But I'm alive.
Shannon, you're not still eating chocolate, are you?
No, I'm trying to look for a Dakota.
Here's your birdie.
Hello, birdie.
Hey, Chichi. Hey, Chichi.
Baby.
Okay.
Oh, damn HDMI.
This is a plastic. I'm sure it was kit built. But if you got something like this in a Blackstone model, you'd probably pay $100 a piece for them because they're not being made right at the moment. So they may restart making them, but the ones that are out there have gone up in price because there's not as many of them. But if you can find somebody selling a used one, you can find them a little cheaper. I'm not even sure what this kit was. Probably an EB Valley or something like that. But the guy did a real nice job, and I got a whole set of these from him. I've also got some I've got put together. Clear Creek Models make some, or did make some, and they're still being made under another, well, under the same name, I think, but by a different manufacturer. But this is a kit, a wood kit. Oh, take it back. That's a plastic kit, and you got to put it together. This would probably run you, less trucks and couplers, probably run you $20, $15 to $20. Just depends on when you can catch it, because most of it you're going to have to get on eBay unless you've got a really good hobby shop.
It's about the same with FM 3.5.
Yeah, this is a LaBelle. LaBelle was a big manufacturer, and I don't know if they're still making them or not, but they've gone up in price too a little bit. Not a lot, a little bit, but they're a completely wood kit.
A vampire.
So you have to have some skills in building the cars and stuff, because the only manufactured cars that were ready to roll were Microtrains, which doesn't make HON3 anymore. There's some still out there to be had, and they vary in price from $20 to 50. Then your Blackstone models, which will usually start at $50 and go up from there. Just depends on the car. The cabooses and the passenger cars are more. And there's some brass manufacturers out there that used to be around that you can find. People still got kits for them or have the built cars, but the brass cars are usually $100 and up. And a lot of times those aren't painted. So you still got to paint them if you want them painted. But if you look on eBay and you're patient enough, you can find some good buys like this. Like the Flex Track I just bought. A guy was selling 20, he said 22 pieces. I counted it yesterday. It was 23 pieces of 3-foot narrow gauge Flex Track, code 70, which is what I'm using, is code 70. And normally you'd get 6 pieces for $45, something like that, plus shipping. I got it for 70, I think 77, plus the tax and then the shipping. The shipping was only $7, but I don't know how he shipped it for $7, but he did. So I got 23 pieces for $81 or $2, something like that. It was amazing. I couldn't believe I got that deal. And that's just because somebody else didn't, there was only 3 of us bidding on it and the other 2 dropped out. So, or didn't up my bid. So I got it at a pretty good price, but it's just a matter of timing a lot of times on eBay on what you find and what you pay for it. Unless you really, really want a particular car or a particular engine or something like that, just be patient. And if it gets out of hand, let it get out of hand and, go somewhere else. Don't buy it just to get it, because sometimes you'll pay, and I've done this, and you'll end up paying a lot more than you could get it later if you just have a little patience. It fluctuates. If it's around Christmas time, that tends to drive the prices up. Summertime normally drives the prices down for this kind of stuff, but because of the virus, it's, everybody's still wanting to work on the railroads, and so they're still buying stuff. But hopefully that answered your question. As far as the structures and stuff like that, they're not any more expensive than they are for HO because they're the same scale. It just depends on what you want. I like the Campbell kits real well. That's the stamp mill, Campbell kit stamp mill. But I got it. If you look on their site, that probably goes for $60, and I got it for like $25 on eBay. Sometimes people have had them for a long time, but the guy at Campbell Scale Models is real good to work with, because I bought a coal tower that was missing one set of instructions and one bag of parts out of it. And he will sell you, whatever you need out of something that you bought third party. If you buy it secondhand, you can find out what's not in it. You can go to his website and order just those parts. So you may end up paying a little more money that way because, buying a piecemeal gets more expensive, but it can be had. And there are plenty of other structures and stuff out there, kits that people make. But most of the stuff is not ready to run. Blackstone was ready to run. Microtrains was ready to run. But none of that stuff is actually being currently manufactured. Some of it's still out there, brand new, but not very much of it. That's why the prices have gone up. So, hope that helps.
Yeah. Another question. Oh, it's not really a question. It's something he said, and I know you're pretty switched on with the K series. He said he found a K27 locomotive made by United Scale Models.
Mm-hmm.
They a good brand or?
United Brass. Yeah, it was a brass engine. It could be if it's, read the description on the model real well. Ask the buyer, if it's on eBay, especially, ask the buyer questions. How does it run? Stuff like that. And of course, I use PayPal on eBay. I think they've pretty much gone that way totally, because you get a buyer protection. If something's wrong with it, it's not what it was described to be, you can return it and get your money back. eBay will, or PayPal will stand behind it. And PayPal is owned by eBay, so Say what, Shannon?
No, I don't say anything. I'm just
Oh, that was me. I was just saying PayPal's really good like that, and they're quick. They're very quick.
Yeah, they're very good. I've not had a bit of problem with PayPal. Yeah, the most of the engines like this years ago, back in the 60s and 70s, if you either built them yourself or you bought them from Japan or Korea as a brass model. Some of them were factory painted, some of them weren't. Most of them weren't. Most of them were straight brass, and some you got them if you wanted to paint them, you had to paint them yourself. And some of them run pretty good. I've got a couple of West Side brass engines. I know one of them runs pretty good, nice and quiet, but it doesn't have DCC in it. I'm gonna have to put a decoder in it. But it runs pretty well. But some of the brass is set on the shelves for 30 years, and longer, 40 years. And you also have to be careful how it's packed in the box. If it's wrapped in plastic and then put in the foam, it's probably okay. But if it's just sitting in foam and they don't show you the entire model, sometimes that foam starts to deteriorate and it'll actually etch into the brass. So you have to be careful of that too. You don't want to get one that looks really good sitting in the box, when they show you the picture in the box, but then you take it out and it looks like crap on the other side. So, that's where you just have to ask questions, tell them to send you another picture if they don't have a picture that you like on it or something. I've seen guys take pictures. They'll have 4 or 5 pictures of something, but they're also blurry. You can't tell what it is, And so I've called them and asked them, or not called them, but sent a note through eBay and said, "Do you have a better picture of this, a sharper picture or something like that?" And usually the person is pretty good about doing that. If they don't, if they get belligerent about it, then you don't want that item, because chances are there's something wrong with it they're not wanting to show you.
yeah, definitely.
That can happen. It doesn't happen a lot, but it can happen.
I think we've all experienced that seller by experience. Like you're not officially part of the eBay family unless that's happened to you.
Yeah, it's it's buyer beware. So ask the questions up ahead of time, and save yourself the grief of even having to deal with it later. But yeah, the rolling stock and engines for this are not cheap. I've got
It's a specialized scale almost, isn't it? It's a specialized market, and that's why it's so expensive, because everyone can ask what they want for it. Because
there's not a lot of manufacturers making stuff for it. This is a Concord Galloping Goose, and I've got 2 of these. This one has DCC in it, but it's got some other issues, so I've got a fix on it. But I got it for just over $100. New, I think they were like 130, brand new for the Concord.
Yeah, the N-Scale one I paid was $280, which is about I think it's roughly $190 US, and that was N-Scale. And I think that was I wouldn't say it was brand new. I would say it was like old stock new kind of thing, like it's been sitting on someone's shelf for years, or they bought it new, didn't use it, didn't do anything, it was just a shelf queen, and then they sold it off to get sold again kind of thing. And then I bought a second-hand one, which was definitely second-hand. I think I paid $180, which is about, I think, $120 US.
Yeah. Well, that's what this was. This was pre-owned. The other one I've got was new old stock. It was still in the wrapper and everything. So, and it runs fine, but it's just DC. I've got to put a decoder in it. This one has a decoder, but it's still got a few other issues on it. Most of them are cosmetic, but then I've got I bought a Lambert brass. Lambert was another one that made brass stuff, and I've got a Lambert brass, and the reason I bought it was because it was the Pierce Arrow front end as opposed to the Wayne bus. This is the Wayne bus. Looks like a school bus in the front. The other one is the Pierce Arrow. Looks like the front end of a Pierce Arrow car, which is what they originally used for all of them. And I bought it, and it was new too, old stock, but it was new, and it runs too. And I was testing it, and it was running backward and forward, okay, and then it stopped running. So I got a feeling there's a wire came loose or some minor little thing like that happened because it was running just fine. But I've got to put a decoder in it too, so I've got to open it up at some point. Yeah, I mean, there are some other stuff out there. You can get some roundhouse kits, if they're even still being made. I had one that was a 2-truck Shay that I just sold to Michael McCarville. But they were pretty inexpensive kits, mainly plastic. I mean, the running gear and stuff was metal, but everything else was plastic on them. But I have seen some of them that were put together and done pretty well. So if you're good at building the models, then yeah, HON3 is not a bad way to go. I did it for the space consideration, and then I did all this mess. So, so it kind of was a monster on its own. If I had it to do over again, I'd probably, if I'd researched it more, I'd probably go ON3 and just scaled down the size of the layout. But I mean, it's been fun. It's just not, it's not cheap. If you want cheap, stay in HO or even in scale. And don't try to get specialty stuff because that's when it starts getting expensive. But I've bought all this stuff over, I've been buying it for 2.5 years now.
Now he's asking if you're selling any of the old stuff that you don't need.
I may be down the road. I haven't even gotten in. I've got a whole box full. And when I say a box full, I mean a box, 3 foot wide by 18 inches. Well, 3 foot long by 18 inches wide by 2 foot high is full of kits, car kits, of the HON3 stuff, which I'll have to build. Now I've got a few microtrain stuff, and I've got 2 or 3 Blackstone stuff that I got a lot cheaper than I thought possible. But there again, it was just a luck of the deal, and I found some. But you can look for estate sales. I don't know where you'd find them online, but I know I found the biggest one I found was a gal in Denver. Her father, she was selling her father's estate, all his railroad stuff. And I bought a slew of car kits from her because I was getting them for about $12 a piece. And so I bought a bunch at the same time and had them shipped all at the same time, which saved on shipping. But she's not even selling anymore. I think she's not had anything for sale for almost a year. So I'm assuming she sold it all and is not doing that anymore. But yeah, it's HON3 is hit and miss on what you can find. I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah.
It's not cheap. It's not the cheapest railroad stuff to get.
Yeah. Apart from the fact that you're roping me into it just more and more every day.
Those Blackstone locos almost get me hooked every time.
Just looking at it. Yeah, they're beautiful. They're beautiful locos. I'm really anxious. When I saw they were going to make the K28 and the K36, I just was beside myself, and I've got a pre-order in for each of them for $439 is the pre-order amount. But that was a 1.5 years ago, and they had already been supposedly in development for almost a year at that point, and they still haven't started on them. I guess the factory that they had doing these either changed or was going to charge them a lot more or something. But
actually, was it released? When did they announce the release before all that industrial stuff happened in China?
I don't know. I want to say it was supposed to be late 2018.
Late 2000. Yeah, no, that was roughly because I think it was
might have been early 2019 that they were supposed to come out, because I ordered the K36 in November of 18. I got on the list for that pre-order, And then I thought, oh, I want a K28 too. So I went back about almost a year later and put the order in for that. But they hadn't started on either one of them at that point.
Yeah, no, because I know, I have to try and remember the dates, but it was either last year or later the year before in 2018. A lot of the factories down south started shutting down because a new industrial, an industrial area was opening up north, and a lot of the workers, what they used to do is they lived up north because rent was cheap, and they used to travel 2-3 hours south to go to work. And then when these new factories were going up, they weren't even giving their month's notice or whatever. They're just like, the boss would call, "Where are you today?" "Oh, I was going to tell you, but I quit. I'm already working my new job. We're just 20 minutes down the road from my house."
Yeah.
And I know a lot of model railroad companies that depended on these factories. Like, I think there was one factory they dealt with Atlas, Intermountain, and I think another brand. They dealt with 3 different brands in the same factory, just depending on what workers, where the workers were needed. It depends on, they shifted them around to the different lines. And, they were sending out letters to say, "Hey, look, a lot of your pre-orders are not going to be coming through because, this has happened." And,
that could very well be what the problem was.
Yeah. And
they never went into real big detail. They just said they had a problem with the factory.
Hang on a second. My HDMI is...
And they were trying to find somebody else to do it for a reasonable price.
Is it going to say?
Do what?
Oh, my HDMI cable, like literally the whole screen was cutting out and I couldn't hear anything.
Oh no, you stayed on.
Yeah, I stayed on. I just couldn't see or hear anything. Anyway, as you're saying?
Yeah, I don't think Blackstone ever said exactly what it was. They just had a problem with the factory and that they were searching for somebody to do the tooling and stuff for it. Whether they find them, who knows?
Well, doing the tooling is expensive as well. Like, have you actually looked into it? Like, how much it costs us to do a tooling for one loco?
Yeah.
Like, a lot of people don't understand. Like, I remember when Scale Trains released the GTEL 8500, they released a video that they only, had open for, I think, a month for people to watch before they made it privatized or whatever. I think they were saying the tooling alone just for the GTEL and Scale was about 15-20 grand.
Oh yeah, so, that wouldn't surprise me in the least.
So it's something like the first 5,000 sales of the loco was just a break even on the tooling.
Yeah, because when you stop and think about it, you don't have just the body on this thing. You've got all the stuff on the inside. And then it has to be assembled at some point. So you've got labor there. I mean, just the tooling alone can be expensive to make a mold for the plastics. Yeah. But then you've got the tooling that cuts all the metal parts. Yeah. All that kind of stuff. So, and in their case, I don't think they're borrowing from anybody else as far as like ladders and bells and all that. I think they're doing it all at the same time. Yeah. And so it takes some time to get it all run out. I know the first delay that I heard of was they were having trouble with the factory and the CAD drawings. They couldn't get the CAD drawings right or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something with the CAD drawings for the engines. Because if you go to Soundtrack's website, you probably have to do Soundtrack/Blackstone, but on there they have the place where they talk about the K28 and the K37, and they've got the CAD drawing up there, and they look really, really nice. But there again, it's not made yet, so it doesn't do a lot of good to see the drawing if they're not making it. But Yeah, they're really nice looking, and I fell in love with the narrow gauge when I went up to to Durango and rode that train. And then last year we did the Cumberson Toltec, and that's which I think is even better ride. But you know, you stand next to a real steam engine, and these aren't so big that they feel like they're a behemoth, right? Like the big boy. The big boy, of course, is the largest made, but any standard gauge steam engine looks huge compared to these. And so these look not like a toy train, but they look more approachable. And when they fire them up in the morning and they're backing it up to hook in and stuff, and they're just barely moving and stuff, and it's got the steams coming off of it, and you can hear it working. It feels like it's alive. And that's, to me, is a big draw. And then, of course, they go through some of the most beautiful scenery in the world. So, you know, can't beat that. I love the mountains anyway. And then you get them going through scenery like this on something that's that historical. That's the draw for me. But anyway, yeah, and HO13 is not cheap. It doesn't have to be real expensive, but it's not as cheap as staying in HO. I mean, HO stuff, you can get some really expensive stuff in HO.
Well, I guess if you think about it, the collection you would have, if you had to price it up, you could probably buy my collection tenfold.
I don't know. You got a lot of engines.
Yeah, but you got to remember, I've been buying it over the last 10 years.
Yeah,
you know,
that's what I mean. And I've got a whole box. I've got 2 whole boxes full of stuff like, where'd it go? Oh, I probably dropped it on the floor now. Well, the little barrels. Now, Scratch built the platform, but that's the fire barrels I'm using on the bridge. Little things like that, and people and the cows and the deer and all that kind of stuff. You know, I've been buying that just here and there, you know.
Yeah,
as
like
I
go to the
said,
hobby shop just to buy
and just putting it away, knowing I was going to use it at some point. And I'm like you, Shannon. Sometimes I buy stuff because I see it's a good price, and I'll buy it even if I don't use it. I know I can turn around and sell it. But I haven't bought a lot of stuff like that because most of the stuff I bought, I plan on using. But there again, I don't know if it'll all get on the layout.
Yeah, you want
to get the layout finished first.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You might end up finishing your layout, and you'll look in the corner, and you're like, Jesus, there's still a whole lot of crap, and I've got nowhere to fit it.
Yeah.
You know, and you'll be going to your wife and you go, honey, can I break down a wall and extend my layout? No? Okay, eBay it is.
Well, and I suspect this layout will be a lot like my RC airplanes, where you're not ever really finished with them. You just stop working on them. So, I mean, there's always some place you can add detail, which to me is a lot of the fun part too. That's what my son's really looking forward to doing. But I like the track laying and stuff too. So I'm doing all the bench work and stuff. Of course, he doesn't live here, so he's only here every once in a while. But he's not done a whole lot of work on it yet, except help build some of the trees, which I need to get him on more because I need a lot more trees.
Oh, yeah.
But you could do the same layout in HO scale and call it narrow gauge.
Yeah, like what I'm doing.
That'd be easy enough to do.
Yeah, that's like me with N scale, like, because I do N scale, and like I've got a lot. I'm building up a collection of Rio Grande Southern stuff, so I'm getting, you know, I've got a couple of locos that look prototypically right, roughly. Box cars that look roughly the right size. I've got a couple of Galaxy geese, like what you do, Claude. You know, Concord models, and you know, I've also got a couple of shades. You know, pretty much all those locos were, you know, narrow gauge, but
it's an old match.
You know, for me to get, you know, narrow gauge N scale is super expensive. Where I'm just using normal N scale and going, hey, this is a narrow gauge railway. You know, not a lot of people are going to know the difference unless...
I wouldn't even attempt narrow and N scale.
See, that's where SN3.5 is really good, because we use HO mechanisms and HO tracks, so that saves a lot of money.
Yeah, just rub it in, Ali. Just rub it in.
Except if you're doing a brass kit. Speaking of ready to run stuff, Athearn has just announced they're doing the -9, and they may even do the teardrop cabbed Australian locos. Yay!
Oh, they're picking up Australian liveries.
Well, they found that their SD90 Max in the FMG colours were very, very, very popular. I've got 2 here, and because they were so popular, that's allowed them to go ahead with later on down the track, not in their first run, but in their second run, if they do it, they'll go down the path of FMG-9s and Rio Tinto-9s.
Oh, Rio Tinto.
Mm.
Yeah, my father-in-law used to drive for them, I think. Until something happened and, let's just say, a coal train derailed and he was asked to retire.
He wasn't the one in charge of that BHP one that ran away a couple of months ago, was he?
No, we're talking a fair few years ago now.
Yeah, a few months ago, a BHP one ran away. It was big on the news because he got out of the cab and he drove away.
Yeah.
But that was, he was following the procedure. It was just the procedure was wrong.
Yeah. Well, what happened again? Like, why did it end up running away?
There was a failure of one of the airlines or something. So he got out to walk down the train and check it, and took off. So he wasn't in the cab, and he was walking back to the cab when it started to take off on him.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, when it took off, what was the throttle in
That was the bit I'm not 100% sure about. I don't think they wanted to reveal that because as soon as the media got wind of it, BHP clammed up and like, nah, we're going to be very careful with what information we release. Apparently, it must have been something serious that he did wrong because he got fired for it, I think. But it was an unfair dismissal or something. It got really
it was unfair dismissal, and I think they ended up paying for that as well.
Yeah. It got messy, I know that. But because I'm not sure they even knew what happened.
Yeah, but they wanted someone to blame, so they just like, we'll just blame the driver.
Yeah, I think they needed someone to blame. But from what I'm told, he did follow procedures. It's just the procedures he was told were not right. And because they never had that situation before,
they couldn't prevent it.
That they didn't know what was that was going to happen. So, and that was the one they had to deliberately derail.
Thankfully, no casualties.
But that was a BHP train. That wasn't Rio Tinto.
Yeah, because Rio Tinto is the one that runs around Queensland, isn't it?
Not quite. They are in Queensland. Rio Tinto and is it Mitsubishi? Oh no, that's BHP. Sorry, BHP and Mitsubishi run coal trains up there. Rio Tinto, I know they're in the eastern states, but I can't remember where they were again.
Yeah, because like when my wife was telling me, I remember. It might have been New South Wales area. Because she also used to tell me she used to get free train rides because her dad worked for the railroads.
I'm leaving.
But Rio Tinto is really big up in the Pilbara. They're in Karratha, and BHP and Roy Hill and FMG are all in Port Hedland. They're all pretty much next to each other. There's one point where you can see all 3 trains running parallel because they won't share tracks because they built the tracks. There was a big argument about FMG wanting access to BHP's tracks, and BHP said no. And everyone thought, they're just being idiot competitors. But really, BHP built that track. They own that track. So would you really want your competitors running on your track that you built and paid for?
Yeah, but the other side is they can turn around and go, you want to use our track? We want 20% of your earnings.
Well, anyway, in the end, FMG and Roy Hill ended up building their own tracks anyway. That's why there's so many flyovers up there.
They did that through Cajon Pass, and above LA.
Is that where like there's 4 different bridges that cross over each other?
In Cajon Pass?
I'm not sure. I remember.
Are you asking Ally?
I'm just trying to think. Wasn't there a spot in the States where they had like 4 different rail bridges running one over the other, and they were all owned by different railroads?
Not in Cajon Pass.
Okay.
but Santa Fe had run down through there, and then UP wanted to come through, and Santa Fe said no, and UP ran their own line. They're pretty much parallel, but they have their own line.
Ooh. What do you reckon, Ally?
What do you reckon? What do I reckon? What do I reckon about what?
I'm looking at Soundtrack Tsunami sound car Dakotas. I really want one for the power car for my UP set. But I also want one for the North Pole Express set that I'm building. But I don't think I can afford 2. Even though I technically can, but I can't. Because of certain situations in my life. Thanks to the showstopper.
I've been actually thinking about doing it for when my IP power car comes. Because I've got that IP set coming. And the power car would sound really nice going past with that motor going. So I've been thinking about that.
Because I'm looking at it there. Like, if it was at work, I'd look at $89.10 and be like, meh. It's under 100. It's cheap. But right now I'm looking at it and going, am I going to need that $90 in the next 3 weeks?
It's hard, isn't it?
It'd be a lot easier if I had that package from Steve here. Because a lot of the stuff I'll look through and be like, I'll sell that to buy that.
Has he sent that yet?
No, because it would have been sent a couple of weeks ago, but one of my packages got held up, and then whilst that package was being held up and I was trying to chase it, a lot of other deals started popping up, so I'm like, I'll buy that, and I'll buy that, and I'll buy that. So far, I've got 8 V5s coming total. I couldn't pass up. Like, I bought 3 fairly cheap, and I thought they were cheap, and then I saw this other set, or this other guy selling them even cheaper, and I'm like,
damn it! That always happens.
Yeah. Well, it's because this guy sells on Facebook, and what was happening was I've just gone to work on Honey. I'm using your Facebook because stuff on eBay is too expensive, and I start looking. I'm like, nah, ooh, nah, ooh. Like you go on her Facebook. And literally, there's a section that says Shannon's window shopping. That I just save everything to. So
you can see the problem there, Shannon. You can see the problem, can't you?
What's the problem?
You can see what you're buying.
Hey, that's the thing. I usually go to her and go, honey, I'm looking at this loco, and the first question is like, how much is it?
How
what
much?
loco is it? How rare is it? Literally, those are the three questions: how much, what's the model, and how rare. Like,
So she's probably got a good indication now.
oh yeah, but that's the thing. Like before I bought my first Concours Galloping Goose, I was eyeing that thing off for like 6 to 8 months. Like I see it every day, and I'm like, can I really afford it? I don't know. And 6 to 8 months, I've just been staring at it in the shop as I go into the hobby shop to buy some crap or buy some balsa wood or something. Anyway, one day we all go up as a family. I can't remember why. Oh, that's right. I think it was for. No, it wasn't for the wedding photos. Might have been before that. Anyway, we went up there one day as a family. So it was me, the wife, and Alex. And we go there. And she spots it and she's like, ooh, that's interesting. I'm like, what's interesting? And she points to the Galloping Goose. I'm like, yeah, I've been eyeing that up for a while. I don't know whether to buy it or not because of how much it is. And then she asked me straight away, it's like, how many of these have you seen? I'm like, that's the first one I've ever seen. And she just goes, buy it. I'm like, what? Buy it.
What? Huh?
Okay. And I've just lost my screen. There.
They do that to us every now and again, Shannon.
Yeah.
Catch us off guard.
Well, that's the thing. Every time I see a challenger or a big boy, she doesn't even ask, how rare is it or whatever. She just goes, how much is it? How much did you pay for the last one? And I go, well, the last one I bought was the first run. This is the second run, and the second run is about $20 more. And she's like, what does the second run mean? I'm like, it's the second. So this is the first model they released. I had to go through that whole process. She goes, well, it's only $20 more. Buy it. I'm like, okay. You twisted my arm. I'll do it.
Definitely a keeper.
Yeah. Yeah, but mind you, the first time, she will not let me sell the Galloping Goose. She's told me she will divorce me if I sell that Galloping Goose.
It is a cute little train.
Come again, Steve? What? Claude?
Yes, what?
Is something wrong with Steve?
What are we looking at? Hey, Joe's back. Hey, Joe.
He said, Shannon, send me the link for the N-scale decals.
So I'll do that.
Is he going to attempt them himself?
I think so, but I'm just I keep reading it, and in my mind, I'm like, is Steve simply going to attempt what I'm thinking he's going to attempt?
Probably.
Steve just sent us a group message.
Yeah, does he understand?
I think I found the problem, Shannon.
What's the problem?
It had a sharp kink in it in the curve. So I got out my ribbon rail gauge and stuck it in there and moved that one rail over just a little bit. And well, actually I moved both of them over, but I straightened that kink out.
Ah.
I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
That explains everything.
Yeah. I think the problem down here on this end is still the dip in it, but
oh yeah, we're
here
dip all day long.
I think was the kink in the rail, kink in the radius.
Well, you wouldn't think there was a kink because you pretty much let that rail sit where it wanted to sit. It's not like you forced it.
I just lost it right there though. Say again.
I'm saying it's not like you forced it into that shape. You just kind of go.
What I did was I laid the original rail on there. I had the line drawn and I laid it on the line, and then I used the gauge for the second rail. But what it was coming around, and it had just ever so slight in one spot, a little sharper turn.
Yeah.
And that's right where it was coming off. But I just lost it again here. But that, I think, is a different issue.
You may have moved it when you moved the other piece.
Yeah, I might have got it out of gauge over here. Dummy.
Shorted it. Zap.
He did that earlier too.
Oh, yeah. It's out of gauge too big.
Well, there you go.
Right there it is, and that's where it came off a minute ago. Where's my, there. Yeah, this one.
Oh, I better get this link to Steve because he's gonna look at the
Start
search
throwing a
engine.
hissy if you don't.
Say what?
He's gonna start throwing a hissy if you don't.
Oh, come on, Steve's not that bad.
No, he's just fun to pick on.
Are we only teasing him because he's not here and he can't defend himself?
Now, Allie, you know that's not true. I tease him all the time. And Steve will back me up on that.
You know how I said I probably should just look it up straight away? Just to, so I'll give Steve the website. And he goes, too many to look at. I was hoping you could put it down. Oh, we know Steve too well.
Poor bugger.
Oh, God, Steve. We love you.
Sorry, Steve.
Really?
We love you.
They love you more than I do.
Oh.
I think Steve might be feeling a bit hurt about the re-railer joke. Do you think we've gone a bit far with that?
No.
No.
He won't even wear a shirt. He won't even wear a shirt with it on.
And we got a shirt to prove it.
Yeah, but he won't even wear the shirt. So I thought maybe we'd hurt his feelings.
No, because eventually there'll be something that you guys will pick on me for that we can put on a shirt.
That's true.
Well, that was the whole point, was because it's become that running joke now.
Actually, it's 10 a.m. Do you smell anything cooking? And then I have a picture of Dakota.
Picture of Dakota with the smoke coming out of it.
Yeah.
What's for breakfast? Another Dakota?
I can't believe I had that small stint where I went through like 2 Dakotas, and like it wouldn't be a big deal if it was like a cheap Dakota, but no, it had to be a B4 that I bought 18 months ago, and it's like,
At least you can fix it.
I fixed one.
Well, you fix one. You damaged 2 to fix 1.
Yeah. And then there was one I damaged, or I didn't damage it because it was running fine for 12 months and then it just carked it. I don't know why.
If all else fails, factory reset it and start it again, because that's what I had a problem with my ASG today when we were running it on my friend's layout.
Yeah, I don't think you can reset a Dakota when you hear it going, bang.
No, mine wasn't making that noise. It just wasn't making any noise.
No, but okay, I was trying to imitate the loco running as in moving, and then all of a sudden it just stopped and the Dakota goes bang.
Poof. Realistic amount of smoke coming out of it with no smoke generator fitted.
Well, that's the thing, it wasn't a steam loco, it was a U50.
Okay, so it's a diesel. Diesel smoke. Poof.
Yeah. It's annoying because, like, as I said, for 12 months, didn't miss a beat. It ran fine, it was going good. And then at an exhibition, I was running it, it did 3 laps. Got to the front of the track, stopped, bang. And I'm like...
And then you hear the DPC system going beep 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 beep.
No, I didn't even do that. Like it completely fried the decoder where it wasn't even shorting the layout.
Oh.
Like you know the plastic they put around it to protect it. It blew a hole through it.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that.
And I can't work. Like I'm still trying to find if there's any diagrams I can. Well, obviously ESU's not going to release their blueprints. You know, for me to figure it out. But yeah, the only thing I could think of is it was the motor driver, and the motor, because the motor was drawing too much amperage and it just overloaded with amps and cuffed itself.
Royce goes, never! Re-rail forever!
Now the question is he actually shouting or is that his text-to-talk speaking?
That's a good question. The only lowercase letter he wrote was the E in re-rail. Everything else is capital letters.
Tease is the next best thing to being on the show.
There you go.
At least we're talking about you.
Yeah. We wouldn't tease him if we didn't love him.
Yeah. It's a shame we have to keep the show somewhat PG rated, because otherwise, yeah, the Aussie humour would be coming through, and there's only two versions. It's either PG or R rated. There's no in between.
Even Chuck says $20 is not bad for a shirt, Claude.
Ali, did you really have to say that after what I was just saying?
Why?
Have you not heard of the joke? $20 is $20.
Which joke? Is that an appropriate joke?
That's an inappropriate joke.
Okay, you'll have to text me that one.
Steve, why are you coming to me about information about the key change? You're in charge.
Yeah, that's your thing. You'll run with it.
Actually, Steve, what I'll do is I'll forward you the emails. I'll forward you the emails, Steve, and then you know who needs keychains, and you can deal with the logistics. See how bad I am at English? I have to actually think about what I'm saying. I have to sit there and go, what's the next word that comes after this? What's the next word? That one.
I bet you're a bit like me when you read a book. You can read a whole sentence, but instead of reading the sentence, you read each individual word. And then you have to go back and reread it because you're like, and then the cat. And then the cat. You're like, and then the cat.
Yeah.
I'm a keyword searcher. I scan things. That's what I've been taught to how to read. So I just go, keyword. All right, reread that sentence. That's what I'm looking for.
Actually, Dr. Reed, Criminal Minds. Are you reading? How can you read that fast? And it's just there, literally, page, flick, flick. I can't even remember the only information I know about the keychains is Steve's in charge.
I know what they look like.
Mm. I know who made them.
Are you eating chocolate again?
No.
That's a very suspicious look, Shannon. Like, no. I got so close to buying one of those DJH South African GMAMs. Garrett, big 482284.
Holy shit! When did John 2618 get in here?
He's been in here for a while. He's been quiet though.
Oh, he'll be working on that. It's not the Blue Goose. It's I know it's Blue something.
Yeah. It's on the tip of my tongue. I want to say Royal something.
Oh, he's sitting in his hotel room. Blue Comet.
Blue Comet. I knew it was blue something.
So obviously John's working. So if I'm understanding this right, John, you are getting paid to watch us.
That's not bad.
Where's Wilma when you need him?
No,
Oh, he's in Aspen.
bad.
He's in Aspen. Hey, Claude, isn't Aspen where that really iffy airport is?
Yeah, well, it's one of them, yeah.
Yeah, but is that the one you and John were talking about last time where...
Yep.
He's
Aspen,
there right
Colorado.
now. He's in Aspen.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh. And he's probably all drawn up, too, from having to land.
Oh, he says he's in his hotel room.
Yeah, that's...
Now Steve's picking on John.
Yep, John must be part of the team now. He's copping it.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I'm hoping maybe one of the Escal guys might come on for a interview later on down the track. I don't know yet. I told him to look at the show because he wasn't sure what the show was about or anything like that. And he's very against the old armchair modelers because we've got a few of those in our group. What it means by armchair modelers is they attend meetings and they do all this. They talk about stuff, but they don't actually do anything.
Oh, so they go, oh yeah, I saw this locomotive was this much, it's too much to pay. And then you go to their house and they have like next to nothing in modern railroading.
Well, it's not that. It's like, you know, each week or each month when we have our meetings, someone brings in, oh, I've been working on this, I've been working on that. Here's the latest thing that I've been working on. And they're the ones that each meeting, they don't present anything. They don't do anything. They can sit and comment and, you know, that's wrong or something like that, but they don't actually do anything. Well,
I think we can clearly say we don't have any of those here because you just educated me what they are.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because that's what I told him today as well. I went, yeah, we're definitely not armchair modelers here.
No. Which reminds me. Oh.
Claude's got a new problem now. You just get weird looks.
Who's making the weird sounds?
That's Shannon. Claude just gives him this sly, deadpan look.
Huh. That's weird.
Are you threatening me, Steve?
Steve's threatening you with what?
No, he says, I know your address, Ally. Because I sent him stuff.
He could be trying to tease Roy.
And then he said, not bad.
I think he just figured out that when you look at Western Australia with the whole desert theme, and then you see Perth, this nice green lush section.
Yeah, pretty much most of WA is desert.
Yeah, it's like, welcome to Western Australia, where there is nothing but a small green patch.
And the 90-mile stretch of straight road.
That if there's one accident, everyone who ends up going to a 24-hour drive to a 4-day drive?
Yeah, people have no idea of distances over here. They think, oh, yeah, you know, I'll just drive over to Melbourne and it'll only be, you know, a day at the most. Nuh-uh.
No, I'm talking about, what's that damn highway up north of WA that goes through the Kimberleys into Northern Territory, and every time there's an accident up there, every truck that's up there has to reroute back south to Perth, then through to South Australia, to then go back north to Northern Territory to get to Darwin.
Is that the Wyndham Highway?
I think so. It's literally the one highway, and you think to yourself, why not just build another highway? Put them
They
side
do
by
have.
side.
I know the trucks have a lot of shortcuts that, because I've seen them disappear down some of these roads, and then they reappear in other roads. You're like, how did you do that trip so quick? It took me so much longer to do it. But they know all these shortcuts, and I don't know where they are because they don't appear on maps.
Probably because those roads are man-made shortcuts.
Mm. But they take these big, huge, you know, like what I got, road trains along these routes. So they're like proper roads. They must be.
Have you seen what some of the road trains go through?
I've never explored.
What kind of camelback? What brand, if you don't mind us asking? Also, it depends. Do you want to add sound, or do you want a standard decoder? Ooh, I completely ignored Steve about the keychains. Whoops.
Yeah, you didn't answer him.
I'm getting a keychain.
Steve, speak to Claude. He'll be able to give you the information for where the money's getting sent to.
Yeah, Claude's got the PayPal account.
Yeah.
Send it to Steve.
No, Steve's PayPal is problematic at the moment because for some reason his PayPal card got linked to his wife's account and it just all went haywire and bullcrap and.
I was going to just send him nickels.
I was going to say pennies.
Nah, not pennies.
You know, you're off up with the $20 worth of 5-cent pieces.
Yeah. Yeah, I can send that to you.
Yeah. Okay, anyone who's on here that is after a keychain, we will get that sorted by Saturday, I guess. And that way there is no confusion.
If you talk nice enough to me, maybe.
Pretty please, Claude.
Pretty please.
Yeah.
We love you, Claude.
Oh, that did it.
I won't do it. Yeah, make me.
Steve said, I need to get some shipping envelopes.
He's going to get what?
Shipping. He still needs to get envelopes to send those keychains in.
Oh, yeah. You need a little padded envelope or something to put them in.
I was just going to say.
I don't think it'll cost that much to send them, but because they don't weigh that much. But
I was going to say just wrap them up in cling wrap and then put them in a normal envelope. Send it off.
You can't do that.
Oh, bullcrap.
No, they don't like that. Apparently, they reject letters if you do that because they've got to fit in. They've got this like little gauge thing, like this little slot, and if it's too big and it doesn't fit into that slot, they'll reject it.
yeah, they'd have to hand stamp it or something. They can't go through the machine. But if you puts it in a padded envelope, that'd be the same thing.
Yeah,
so.
if it's a proper padded envelope, then it'll be all right. But if it's one of those just like a normal envelope, they'll reject it straight away.
Yeah. Well, he'll just need to take the rings off of the rail.
Yeah, I think he said he's going to do that.
So they'll lay flat up, because otherwise they're they're like this, and they won't lay flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then just tape them to a 3x5 card or something and slide them in there.
Yeah.
That's it. That'd be a good way to do it.
Yeah. I just find it funny, Murphy's Law. He gets the key rings, he puts all the key rings on, and now he can take them off.
Roll up again.
Yeah,
That's
well.
funny.
Oh. Hey, Steve. You know that package that was missing of mine that's being sent to you? It's just reappeared. And it's on its way to you now.
Magic.
John, yes, they do look like my layout. I just came through there. Not at Aspen, but over on I-70. And yeah, it does look like that. Even my wife said, those look like your mountains. I said, well, that's what they were supposed to look like. Not that I thought I could get there, but it turned out okay. So
I like the reference of the real mountains look like your mountains, not the other way around.
yeah. That's what my wife said. She goes, that looks like yours.
It's like,
yeah, that's what it's supposed to look like.
The real mountains are based off yours, not the other way around.
Yeah. It was kind of eerie, though, because, I mean, the colors, the grays, the reds, the greens, all of that was in the same cut of rock. It was really, really strange to see that. And then the trees, you know, I was going with all one color, but I have since added some lighter colors because there are a few places where you'll see a lighter green than the conifer. So I'm not sure if it's if they were Scotch pine or some kind of fir or something like that, but they were different than the conifer green, which is pretty dark green. So I've got a couple of different greens up there on it. But yeah, I was happy with it. You know, I was kind of not so sure until we went on that trip, and I went back there and I got another look at it again, and I'm going, yeah, that's right. So it looks even better. I'm even more happy with it now than I was before I took the trip.
Well, it's confirmation, isn't it?
Well, so many narrow gauge modelers use the terrain like in Northwest Colorado or in even far southwest Colorado, just south of Durango and just west of Durango. Looks more like Utah. And that's what you see on a lot of guys' layouts. Not a lot of ground cover, and the ground cover that you see is more this color than green or gray. It's more of a yellow or a beige color. And then you'll see a lot of sagebrush, because that's what grows out there, sagebrush everywhere. And you'll see a lot of guys do that and have just a very few places on their layout where they've got pine trees. But I prefer the pine trees in the elevation change and all that stuff than I do the arid area that they went through. But they went through both. Yeah, Chama is pretty much desert where you start, and within the first Chama's at 8,000 feet. The pass is at just over 10,000 feet, and you get there before lunchtime. You leave at 8 o'clock, and they only go 10 miles an hour. That whole line is very, very slow, and they go about 10 miles an hour, something like that. And it's a 4% grade, so they can't go much faster than that anyway up the grade. But they climb over 2,000 feet in short order, and I mean, it's pretty impressive, and they get up into the pines and stuff pretty quick.
That's the advantage of narrow gauge.
Yeah. Yeah, well, everything's smaller. I mean, you know, if you look at a narrow gauge boxcar, you stand next to one, and then you go stand next to a modern 50-footer, It's you can put the narrow gauge inside the 50-footer easily. The whole thing, trucks and everything. And you know, the narrow gauge box cars, when I stood up, they had one there at the Chama Depot. When I stood up inside of it, I was just barely shorter than the inside height of the car. I'm not sure what that was, but it couldn't have been more than 6'6". I'm 6'2". And so I'm kind of doing this as I'm in there because I wasn't sure if I was going to hit my head or not. And walking in and out of the door, I did have to duck my head. But yeah, they were much smaller trains, and for reasons of trying to tackle this kind of territory.
That was the main reason that narrow gauge was so popular here in Australia, was because of a lot of the states wanted to A, save money, and B, had to negotiate certain terrain.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
they could make much tighter turns with narrow gauge than you could with standard gauge.
yeah, I mean, look at isn't the zigzag railway narrow or is it standard gauge
it
or
was
narrow gauge?
originally standard gauge,
Standard gauge.
but it's now narrow gauge.
Oh, okay, that's
So
That's
when
what I
they
think it's used, 'cause I
reopened it, they bought all this Queensland rolling stock. So that's why they've got BB 18 and quarters, AC 16s, SX cars, all that sort of stuff. They've even got a South Australian Railways 400 class Garrett there.
that survived the fire.
I'm not sure if it survived the fire or not, but I know it's there, or it was there. And
I hope it survived the fire.
but that's all. When they rebuilt it to narrow gauge so they could use that Queensland rolling stock.
Yeah.
Because when they said they wanted to run trains, that was what was available to them at the time. So that's why they converted it.
For only 12 months later, another bushfire goes through and burns a couple of stations and the bridge again.
I know, it was so horrible what happened.
For those of you who don't know the zigzag railway, literally it's a railway that goes up the Blue Mountains and literally starts at the bottom of the mountain, zigzags up one way, then it zigzags another way, and then it goes up again to the top of the mountain.
It's quite literally a zig-zag.
Switchback type?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's literally a point. It's literally a point-to-point railroad that just points to points up the mountain.
Oh yeah. Well, they did that. They did that just north of Silverton in Colorado. The reason they built the Durango to Silverton route was they were trying to get to Ouray, which is on the other side of Red Mountain Pass. Well, at Red Mountain, they had a whole bunch of silver mines, and you go there now and you can stand there at the highway. They've got a lookout right there by the highway, and you look across the short valley and you can see all the trailings from all the mines, and they go all the way up the hill. And if you look carefully enough and know what you're looking for, you can see the roadbed of the railroad. And that's what they did. They went back and forth. I don't know how many switchbacks they had, but they had a bunch of them. And I've got a book that's got pictures of the original stuff there. It was amazing what they did with railroads back there.
We used to have a zigzag here as well, heading up Gooseberry Hill for the line that went up to Kalamunda and up that way, the Upper Darling Range Railway. That's now a roadway, and you can still see that. You can actually drop. Actually, no, recently they stopped cars going down it, so now you can cycle up and down it. It's quite narrow and it's quite scary if you get a car coming the other way, but it's not a bad view from up there.
Yeah, it's amazing where they took some of the rails, especially in Colorado. And on the Cumberson Toltec, that entire line was 76 miles, I think it is, was all done with mules and wooden drags is how they graded the roadbed. And of course they had to use dynamite in some places to dig through the rock and stuff where they had to tunnel through, or they had to blast rock off to make a roadbed. But the vision that those guys had, because they did that with
real fast. Wall one.
Oh yeah.
All on.
It was, and their way of doing surveying back then was so much more primitive than what they've got now. Of course, they use GPS now, but they did. Yeah, they scraped that whole roadbed with mules and wooden drags. And you look at it now and you think, how in the hell did they do that? You know, and they did it within, God, it wasn't very long. I want to say less than a year and a half. They did that whole 76 miles. So yeah, they weren't lazy, that's for sure. Well, I'm gonna get out of here.
Okay, Claude.
I've teased Steve enough, I think.
Bye, Claude. Thanks for helping me.
Hey, no problem. What did I do?
Waterfall.
Well, we learned some narrow gauge today.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't know if whoever was asking the question is still here, but
Oh no,
hopefully
he's
we
still in
answered
there.
his
Like
questions.
he's asking before an 040 Camelback Mantel HO model. How hard is it to put a DCC decoder in it? And from what I was looking up on Google and whatnot, trying to see what the model looks like, I don't think it'll be too hard. Shut up, Google.
I'm pretty sure I've seen them.
Oh, Google, I don't want you. Leave me alone. Yeah, so I was saying, yeah, from what I could see, like it's one of those locos where it's got a single wire from the tender to the locomotive itself. So obviously the locomotive's like left track, tender's right track. So putting a decoder in one of them, I don't think it'd be too hard. You just, you know, upgrade the bogie so they do left and right track pickup, or you put your own pickups on the tender. Decoder, 2 wires to the motor. If you want to power up the headlight, you know, another 2 wires into the headlight. I don't think
that's the same as my MSA. Each of those 2 6-wheel units is powered on one side, so it's very easy to chip. Not a difficult job.
Alrighty, well, I'll see you guys later.
All right, see you later.
And take care. Steve, be good. If you can't be good, be careful.
Be good or good at it.
Yeah, there you go. All right, see you guys later.
So yeah, have a look at that for detail.
For a second there, I had to do a double take. I thought it was a real thing.
That is a model. That is a model diorama.
The only thing that gave it away was the person.
Yeah.
Because he had his feet glued together.
Wow.
Yeah, I think if they took the people out, that would be the only thing that's the only thing that really gives it away.
See, that looks real. Without the people, it makes it look so.
Yeah, look, there's even the fire extinguisher there.
Where?
On the thing there. On the pole.
Yeah, I see it now. The drill presses, the milling machines.
Just randomly lent the broom up on something because they're lazy.
I could model like this all day if I had the skill.
It's beautiful.
Since when did the Germans run articulates?
I didn't know that. I'm just looking at that. I was trying to figure out if that was an articulate. Like,
yeah, it's a BR-53. I'm Googling this. BR-53 articulated locomotive.
that one there, Markland.
It's a 2680.
It's a melee.
Yeah, but it's pilot trucks is 2 wheels. Then the front drivers is a set of 6, and the second drivers are a set of 8.
That's weird.
to 2680.
Wow.
Wasn't the B-52, the BR-52 a wartime loco or something?
Yeah, it just said it was. Skip pad. DRG.
Wehrmacht. That's their army train. Yeah, so they had the same sort of standard tender on them.
Yeah. So my guess would be the front drivers is to get up to speed and the rear drivers is for the torque kind of deal.
No idea. If it's like your standard melee, they'd both be powering. They wouldn't have them.
No, I know they'd both be powering, but like you'd think with a set of 6 drivers there'd be less weight against the piston rod, so you'd be able to use them to move quicker. Less weight to rotate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there'd be more weight over them because there's less weight, less wheels distributing the weight.
Yeah, you realize because the front driver was the second set, because they got steam from the back tenders. I mean, the back drivers. They had bigger drive. They had bigger. They call them the
cylinders.
Pistons bigger, and they created a lot of hurting the tracks. They used less wheels, so it didn't have to have as big as a driver, as big as a piston. So I made it easier on the tracks because your mallets would destroy track. Because that front piston would kill them with the driving force.
So there you go. So yeah, so they less drivers in the front mean need a bigger piston as such. So therefore,
they use less wheels. So they use a smaller piston.
And we will not look at what I'm trying to buy.
Well, it's 212 here, so I might make a bail as well.
212. What? I've been doing this for 4 hours now.
Yeah, I might go back to sleep.
I just woke up. So you guys are lucky to go back to sleep. These won't let me go back to sleep. I'm doomed.
Joe. Yeah, hang on a second. Joe, those photos were from Reddit. Let me find. Anyone interested in looking at those photos? There's the link.
Also,
he's my other parent.
it looks like Chuck's got a video coming up of the travelling boxcar, so check that out.
I might see if he's actually Chuck. If you're still on there, has the video finished loading yet? Yeah, just before you jumped on, Ali, he said he was loading it, and it's going to take like 2.5 hours to load onto YouTube.
This is my other parent, Ali.
You're very talkative, aren't you, Mr. Bird?
Yeah. Drago can talk. He talks good. He's just playing now.
My pink, when I had my pink Galaz, he was very talkative.
Stinking Galaz.
I know it's not train related. I'm sorry, but he's my
Pinky Galaz, they not only talk, they imitate your voice. So sometimes they sound like you, sometimes they might sound like another person.
I still reckon everyone should have a lyrebird as a pet. Can you imagine the kind of noises a lyrebird will do after a while? If everyone had a lyrebird for like 6 months and then release them back into the wild, imagine the noises you'd hear out in the wild.
Well, I've heard magpies imitating sirens.
Sorry?
Oh,
I've heard magpies imitating police sirens.
yes.
Yeah. Actually, have you seen a lyrebird that imitated the toy ray gun?
He does that. He sounds like the aliens. He'll be like, what are you doing? He's a wild one, but he's made friends with me because I'm a always feeding him, so now he imitates noises. Or sort of these. My breakfast will forgive me.
My beaver bird was so clever. He not only knew how to say things, but he knew what they meant.
Yeah,
Like,
Drago does. He knows what night means. He
yeah,
knows what bedtime is. He knows what. He'll say bath. He'll want me to make him some warm water to give him a bath.
yeah. Beaver bird was. If I said bye bye bird, bye bye beaver, he'd go bye bye bird, bye bye beaver, and he. If I walked away and didn't say it, he'd call me back to say bye bye beaver. Like, you know, you forgot. You forgot to say goodbye.
Yeah. All birds are smart. All birds are smart. Drago can't get away from them. The previous owners he imitates a laser gun sound. I don't know where he got it from, but he makes that sound.
That sounds like a kookaburra. Well, that's a magpie.
Is that a magpie? A magpie too looks like that.
Hmm.
I'm thinking of raven.
That's a kookaburra.
That's a water bird.
No, that's a lot of kookaburras. Look, I'll rewind it. Just listen to it. It's actually not one kookaburra imitating, it's several.
I mean, the bird's a liar, but he's saying that all the
Come on.
Every rock star has their groupies. As a prime when tail feathers don't lure the female.
Yeah, we don't care about the natural geographical stuff, we just want to hear the bird sing.
But this bird is more than 20 different bird species in one song. The more complex, the better. Like the kookaburra. Real thing. But this male doesn't just stop at bird calls.
There's a
To
kookaburra.
really impress a potential mate, he breaks out the sampler.
So kookaburras are endangered now?
That was
No.
a camera shutter.
They're a pest.
And just to show off, he adds in the camera's motor drive. Now he's practically one of the paparazzi. The superb lyrebird can imitate nearly any sound he hears around him in the forest, though he rarely mimics man-made sounds in the wild. But when he gets his groove on, he can really let loose. A car alarm. And even a chainsaw felling trees.
Pretty bird.
Maybe he should stick with something a little more romantic.
Colin, you can't say you would not have that bird and just make it watch Western movies all day. Or you make you have one lyrebird watch Westerns and the other lyrebird watch Power Rangers.
The sound effects from Power Rangers. Yeah, that's right, Steve. They were compounds. That's what I was trying to think of.
Ooh. So 4:19. 6 more minutes, and CDP's video is going to be online.
I'll catch you all later.
You off?
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye
I think I'll
bye.
shut down the stream. I've been here for like 4.5 hours now. I guess it's time for me to go to bed. I'll talk to you later, Joel.
Yep, you take care.
I'll try. And how do I work this thing again? See everyone. And don't forget to go to Chuck's channel, CDP 1965, to watch the video for the travelling boxcar. Make sure you comment on it. And yeah, we'll see you all Saturday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. Roy, yeah, you're probably right. I probably won't go to bed for another 10, 15 minutes. But if I don't get off now, I'll never get off. And next thing I know, the wife will be waking up and I'll be like, oh, hey, honey, I stayed up all night. I don't want that. She won't like me because, yeah, kids. See you guys.